Out here, the wild doesn't care who you are. It doesn't care about your training, your gear, or how many trails you've conquered. When night falls in the back country, it listens, and sometimes it answers. These are true scary stories, survival horror in wilderness expeditions, first-hand accounts from hikers, rangers, and explorers who walked into the wild and came back changed. Every story you'll hear happened far from home, where rescue is measured in hours and the line between nature and nightmare disappears. You can prepare for the cold. You can prepare for hunger, but nothing prepares you for what's really out there. Asterisk, asterisk.
My name is Sarah Klein, and I am an outdoor education instructor at Camp Meridian, a summer program tucked into the northern pines of Minnesota. I've been with the camp for 6 years, leading orientation hikes, teaching orienteering, and handling the occasional homesick camper. Most of our students come from city schools, bright, restless kids who have never spent a night away from concrete. By the second day, they're usually too tired or too awed by the lake to cause any real trouble. That morning began like every other orientation day. Mist hung low over the shoreline, and the wet smell of pine needles mixed with the smoke from the breakfast fire. We had 12 students in our group, all around 13 years old, fidgeting in their new hiking boots while I handed out compasses and trail maps. Today's exercise, I told them, is about trust. You'll learn to rely on yourself, your tools, and your team. They grinned nervously, the way kids do when they want to look confident. My co-instructor David double-checked our roster as we headed out along the East Trail, a gentle loop through the forest that always brought us back to camp by noon. The air was still damp from last night's rain, and every step released a fresh scent of soil and birch bark. The group fell into its usual rhythm, some kids competing to be first, others dragging behind, too fascinated by every mushroom and fern. One girl, though, stood out early on. Pale, quiet, with straight brown hair that never seemed to move. She didn't talk much, but followed directions perfectly, almost too perfectly. At the first checkpoint, we had the students take bearings to find a flag hidden in the woods. It was a routine exercise, one we'd done hundreds of times. David stayed near the front to guide the faster kids while I helped the stragglers. That's why I didn't see when Lila walked off the trail. By the time I noticed, she was gone. It took maybe 30 seconds for me to realize she'd slipped away, and another minute for the group to understand what that meant. I called her name, first calmly, then louder. The forest swallowed the sound. David jogged back, frowning. "Which direction did she go?" he asked. I pointed toward a stand of red pines to the north. "That way, I think." She was right beside me. We split the students into a small circle near the trail and told them not to move. David radioed the camp office for a courtesy check-in. Nothing serious yet, just standard procedure for a momentary separation. But as we pushed deeper into the trees, the forest began to feel wrong. The mist hadn't lifted here. It seemed thicker, hanging motionless between the trunks. Every sound, the drip of water, the soft drag of boots on needles felt closer than it should have been. We called again. "Lila, if you can hear me, shout!" No answer. 10 minutes passed, then 20. The camp had rules about this kind of thing. Stay calm, move methodically, assume the child is within 300 meters. Most wanderers just follow curiosity until something scares them into freezing in place. But there was something deliberate about how far Lila seemed to have gone. "We've notified park services," she said, her voice low. "Just in case. Keep searching north. There's a clearing near the old lake overlook. Check that." The old lake overlook wasn't on the student maps anymore. It was part of an area we rarely used, fenced off after a storm damaged the bluff years ago. I'd only been there once, during a site inspection. The path curved sharply before opening to a narrow plateau above the water. That was where we found her. Lila was standing perfectly still near the center of the clearing, facing the lake. Her arms hung at her sides, and her hair moved slightly in the breeze. For a moment, relief washed through me. I called her name again and started forward. She turned her head slowly, like she'd been expecting us. Her face was calm, almost serene. David reached her first. "Lila, are you okay? You scared us half to death." She didn't answer. Instead, she looked past us, eyes unfocused, and said softly, "I didn't know it would look the same." "What would?" I asked. She blinked, as if surprised to hear herself. Then she looked down. That's when I saw the plaque. It was small, bronze, and partly buried under a thin layer of moss, an old memorial marker mounted on a flat stone. I brushed it with my boot, revealing the engraved text, "In memory of Leela Anderson, 2003, lost to the lake, age 13. I froze. David crouched beside it, frowning, muttering something about a coincidence. But my mind had already gone blank. The letters were exact, the same name, the same age as the girl standing right in front of us. The wind picked up sharply, pushing through the trees with a sudden gust. David stood, looking uncertain, then stepped between us as if he felt something shift. The forest seemed to exhale. I tried to reach for her hand, but she took a step back toward the edge of the bluff. "Lila, don't!" She smiled faintly. "Whoop. I think I was supposed to come back." The sound that followed wasn't wind. It was the low groan of the ground giving way. A crack split through the earth where she stood, and before either of us could react, she was gone. The silence that followed was unbearable. Only the lake below stirred, rippling as if something had just entered it. David and I didn't speak. We just stood there, staring at the broken edge where the ground had collapsed, both of us too afraid to look down. And then, faintly, from somewhere beyond the mist, a voice called our names. It was hers. For a few seconds, neither of us moved. The sound came again. My name this time, drawn out through the fog like it had to fight its way through water. "Sarah!" David's eyes met mine, pale and wide. He was the first to pull himself together, grabbing the radio from his belt. The static hissed when he tried to speak. "Base, this is Team North. We've located a possible structural collapse near the old overlook. One student, missing." His voice cracked on the last word. I took a step closer to the bluff. The ground was still damp from the rain, slick with moss, but I leaned just far enough to see over the edge. Nothing. No movement, no splash marks, no sign of her anywhere below. The slope dropped straight to the lake, 20 feet down, its surface smooth as glass. David said something behind me, something about keeping distance from the edge, but I barely heard him. The fog was thickening again, rising off the water in slow curls. And under it, faint but certain, I heard it, the sound of someone breathing. Not panicked breathing. Slow, steady, too calm. We backed up together, trying to reorient, but everything felt rearranged. The clearing that had led to the overlook seemed narrower now, and the trees behind us looked unfamiliar, like they'd grown closer while we weren't looking. David muttered, "We need to head back. Now." The kids were still waiting on the trail, probably scared out of their minds. I took one last glance toward the lake, but the mist swallowed it whole. We retraced our steps, following the strips of flagging tape I'd left earlier. But a few turns in, the tape vanished. I was sure I'd tied a piece to that birch right there, but only damp bark remained. We stopped, scanned the ground. Then I saw it, a fresh set of footprints crossing our own. Bare feet. Small ones. They led deeper into the woods. David froze when I pointed them out. "She can't be moving that fast," he said, almost to himself. "She fell." "You saw. I know what I saw." My pulse was hammering in my throat. "But those prints are fresh! We followed them! Slowly!" Each step was deliberate. The forest had gone unnervingly quiet. No wind, no birds, just the scrape of our boots and the faint squelch of mud. The tracks wound through the trees, weaving in and out, sometimes vanishing for a few meters before reappearing. They weren't random. They circled, looping back toward the bluff from different angles, as if someone had been pacing. When we finally reached the end of one trail, it stopped at the base of an old cedar. Carved into its trunk was something that made my chest tighten. Lila, 2003. This area is supposed to be closed off. They must have missed this when they fenced it. But the cut was fresh edges, pale against the dark bark, like it had been done this morning. The radio crackled again, briefly alive with static. We both froze. Then a voice broke through. "Not our directors, not camp securities." "Can you help me?" I lunged for the radio. "Lila, is that you? Where are you?" Static. Then, "It's cold." Her voice dissolved back into the hiss. I tried again, shouting into the receiver, but the channel stayed dead. David yanked the radio out of my hand and switched frequencies, desperate for any response. Something in the air shifted then. The temperature dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath. That was when we heard it, the sound of footsteps behind us. David turned first, flashlight cutting through the mist. A shape moved between the trees, light brown hair swinging with each step. It looked like her. Same clothes, same height. He called out her name, no response. The figure paused, tilting its head slightly, then turned and slipped back into the fog. We ran after it. The forest blurred into streaks of gray and green. I remember branches whipping at my face, mud sucking at my boots, my lungs burning from cold air. Each time we thought we were close, she'd vanish again, always just far enough ahead to stay out of reach. Finally, we broke through to the edge of the lake. It looked different now. The shoreline was lower, as if the water had pulled back. The memorial plaque was gone, replaced by wet soil and a narrow line of footprints leading straight into the lake. She was standing knee-deep in the water, facing away from us. Her reflection rippled below her, perfectly still even as the water moved. "Lila!" I shouted. She turned slowly, the way she had before. But her eyes weren't calm anymore. They were wide, unblinking, like she was looking past us at something much farther away. "It's been so long," she whispered. David tried to move closer, but the ground near the shore was soft and sinking. He stopped when the waterline reached his boots. "Lila, you need to come back with us!" She smiled faintly. "I already did." The fog rolled in thick, swallowing her figure piece by piece until only her face was visible above the surface. I took a step forward before I realized the sound under the water wasn't just rippling, it was whispering. Countless voices, overlapping, low and rhythmic, like breath drawn through the reeds. Then the water went flat. She was gone again. Only the moment we stumbled onto the main trail and saw the group of students waiting, pale and shivering, with 2 counselors from another team who'd come looking for us. Their expressions told me everything. "Where's Lila?" one of them asked. David looked at me, but I couldn't answer. My throat had closed completely. And then one of the campers, the smallest girl in the group, pointed past us, toward the woods. "She already came back," she said. "She was standing right there." We all turned. The space between the trees was empty, but the ground where she pointed was covered in small, barefoot prints. We gathered the group quickly and led them back toward camp, cutting the hike short. The kids were pale and silent, their earlier chatter replaced by a kind of wary quiet that hung in the air like static. Even David, normally the steady one, kept glancing behind us, as though expecting someone to fall into step at the back of the line. By the time we reached the main trail junction, the fog had thinned. The sun was trying to break through, turning the mist to gold. Everything looked normal again, almost painfully normal. At camp, the director, Marlene, was waiting by the lodge steps. She didn't ask questions right away, just counted heads, lips moving silently as her eyes scanned the group. 12, she said at last with a quiet exhale. "Everyone's accounted for." I stared at her, not sure I'd heard correctly. 12? "Yes," she said. "All 12 students are back." David's face went gray. He pulled out his roster sheet and ran his finger down the list. "We only had 11 return with us. Lila." "She's here," Marlene said, frowning. "One of the staff brought her in 20 minutes ago. Said she showed up near the dining hall asking where the group went." My mouth went dry. I turned, scanning the campgrounds. Kids milled around the fire pit, changing out of their wet boots, laughing nervously. And there she was, Lila Anderson, standing by the gear shed, hair still damp, expression calm as ever. David muttered, "No way." We walked over slowly. She saw us coming and smiled like nothing had happened. "You found me," she said. She had no scratches, no dirt, not even the faintest sign of mud. "Lila," I said carefully, "where did you go?" She looked down for a second, like she was thinking hard about the answer. "I was by the lake," she said finally. "Then I heard you calling. I came back." Her voice was steady, but something about the way she said back made my stomach turn. Marlene thanked us both, said she'd file an incident note for record keeping. She asked us to take the rest of the day off standard debrief, nothing serious. She didn't see the tremor in David's hands or the way I kept glancing at Lila's shadow on the ground, half expecting it to move wrong. David dropped onto the bench and buried his face in his hands. "You saw it too, right? The plaque, the footprints, the cliff." "I saw it." He looked up at me. "Then how the hell is she here?" I didn't answer because there was no version of the truth that made sense. I replayed it all in my head. The fall, the voice on the radio, the water whispering her name, and none of it fit into any reality I knew. I spent the next few hours trying to convince myself it was shock, exhaustion, misidentification. But every time I glanced out the cabin window, I'd see her near the campfire ring, quiet, perfectly still among the others. And sometimes, when the wind shifted, I'd swear I could hear the faintest hum coming from her direction, like the low resonance of water trapped in a shell. That evening, after dinner, Marlene called a quick staff check-in. She kept her tone light, but her eyes lingered on us longer than usual. "Good work handling the situation today," she said. "But I need to clarify something. The records for Camp Meridian show a memorial from 2003 near the old overlook, correct?" David nodded slowly. She continued. "That plaque was removed 3 years ago during trail restoration. No one should have found it still there." My stomach twisted. "Maybe there's another marker," David said weakly. "Could have been left behind." Marlene's expression didn't change. "No, the original plaque was melted down. I was the one who signed off on it." The room went quiet. She dismissed us shortly after, but as I left, she caught my arm. "Sarah," she said quietly. "I know you. You don't rattle easy. Whatever you think you saw, keep it between us for now." Parents get nervous when stories like this circulate. I nodded, but my throat felt too tight to speak. When I stepped outside, the light was fading. The forest beyond the cabins had turned dark, the lake a strip of dull silver in the distance. Lila was standing by the dock, alone, staring out over the water. The air around her seemed thicker somehow, the fog pooling only in that spot. Her reflection shimmered beneath her feet, too sharp, like a double exposure that didn't quite line up. I told myself not to go, but I went anyway. As I approached, she spoke without turning. "It's quiet now." Her voice sounded older. No tremor, no childish lilt, just quiet understanding. "Lila," I said, "do you remember what happened this morning?" "Yes," she said. "I walked ahead. I heard something calling. I followed it." "What did you hear?" She turned then, and for the first time, I noticed her eyes. They weren't brown anymore, not fully. The light from the dock lamp caught them, and I saw reflections, ripples of blue and silver shifting like sunlight through water. "It said I could go home," she whispered. "It said the water keeps everyone it takes." I took a step back. She smiled faintly. The girl before me. The wind picked up across the lake, cold and damp, and for a moment I thought I saw movement beneath the surface shadows drifting just under the reflection of the dock lights. Then Lila reached out and touched my hand. Her skin was icy. Not just cold from the evening air, wet cold, like something that had been underwater for a very long time. "You should go inside," she said softly. "It's getting dark." Before I could answer, the fog thickened again, curling around her legs. And as it did, her reflection below the dock began to rise, not following her movements but mirroring them a second too late, like something climbing toward the surface from far below. I stumbled back, my heel catching on the dock's edge. When I looked again, she was gone. I must have stood there for minutes, alone, listening to the lake breathe. The surface moved just enough to break its own reflection, small ripples radiating outward like the slow pulse of something alive underneath. By the time I turned away, the fog had reached the tree line, curling through the camp like it had been waiting for nightfall. Inside the staff cabin, David was pacing. He stopped when he saw me. "Where were you? I've been trying to reach you on the radio." "It stopped working," I said automatically. Then, before I could stop myself, I saw her again. He froze. "Lila?" I nodded. "By the dock," she said. She heard someone before. He reached into his duffel and pulled out an old laminated map. "You know who she's talking about, right?" he said quietly. "The memorial. Lila Anderson, 2003. That was a drowning incident." She wandered off during orientation, same age, same last name. The water search went on for 2 days before they found her body near the reeds. I saw the plaque. He rubbed the back of his neck. But the thing is, Sarah, the accident report said she wasn't alone. The instructor went missing too. They never found her. The words landed like a physical blow. What was her name? Whoa. What was her name? He hesitated, scanning the edge of the map. Then he looked up, eyes uncertain. Yeah. Spelled with an H. For a moment I couldn't breathe. My name echoed back at me almost perfectly. It made no sense. Different year, different spelling, maybe just coincidence. But it felt heavier than coincidence could explain. Maybe someone reused the record, I said weakly. Clerical thing. Maybe, he said, but he didn't sound convinced. Outside, a whistle blew from the camp center curfew. Lights out in 10 minutes. Kids' laughter trailed across the yard as counselors herded them toward their cabins. The normalcy of it felt surreal, like a play still going on long after the actors had forgotten their lines. David and I went out again, more from instinct than reason. We checked each cabin, counted heads, reassured everyone that orientation would continue as usual in the morning. Everything looked fine, every bed full, every door latched. But as we passed cabin 7, I caught movement at the corner of my eye, someone standing inside, just beyond the curtains. The lights were off, but the silhouette was clear. A girl at the window, still as stone, watching us. When I opened the door, the cabin was empty. The air inside was damp, colder than it should have been. On one of the bunks, a thin layer of lake silt had spread across the blanket, as though someone had come in dripping wet and vanished before leaving footprints. David touched my arm. Let's get back. We left the door ajar behind us. On the walk back, the radio started to hiss again. Low static, then faint murmuring, like 2 channels bleeding into one. Base to Team North, David tried. We're conducting a cabin check. No issues so far. The answer that came wasn't from Marlene. It was a child's voice. Don't look for me. When we reached the main lodge, Marlene was waiting by the fire pit. Her flashlight beam caught our faces. You two look like you've seen a ghost, she said, half joking. Then she saw we weren't laughing. Something's wrong, I said. There's something in the cabins. Before she could respond, one of the campers screamed. It came from the lake. By the time we reached the dock, the fog was so dense we could barely see past the first 10 feet. A flashlight beam swept through the mist, one of the night staff calling names. I made out shapes moving, counselors holding kids back, voices overlapping in panic. Someone shouted, "There's a girl in the water!" I followed the sound, heart pounding. The lake glowed faintly under the floodlights, its surface disturbed by faint ripples. Something was floating just beyond reach. David grabbed a rescue pole and extended it, but as the light hit the water, we both froze. The shape wasn't floating. It was standing just under the surface, upright, hair drifting around her shoulders like seaweed. Her eyes were open, watching us from below. The water was clear enough to see the faint outline of the plaque beneath her feet. The same bronze plate, words gleaming through the distortion of water and moonlight. I.N. Memory of Lilla. No, that's not! The girl lifted her hand and pressed it against the underside of the surface. Ripples spread outward in slow, perfect circles. For a heartbeat, I thought she was asking for help. Then the water above her hand froze, literally froze, turning to a thin sheet of ice that spiderwebbed across the lake in silence. The lights around the dock flickered and went out all at once. Screams erupted from the campers. When the backup lights came on seconds later, the lake was empty. No ice, no figure. Nothing but the quiet sound of water lapping against the posts. The next hour was chaos, wet shoes, crying kids, radio chatter that came and went in bursts of static. By the time it settled, the fog had lifted completely. The stars were out. The lake looked harmless again. We didn't find any trace of her. I told myself it was to make peace with the place, to prove that I could stand there without feeling it staring back. The air was calm, the surface mirror flat. My reflection looked steady enough. But when I leaned closer, I realized there was another reflection below mine. Oh, slightly offset, the same outline, the same hair. I couldn't hear the words, but I didn't have to. The voice was already in my head, soft and steady, repeating what I'd heard before. The water keeps everyone it takes. I stepped back and almost slipped on something near the dock post. When I looked down, I saw it glinting in the light, small, rectangular, covered in silt. A plaque. The date was today's. IN, memory of Sarah Klein, 2025. The surface of the lake broke, just slightly, like it was smiling. My name is Marcus Bell, and I am a wildland firefighter assigned to the Arizona Interagency Hotshot Crew. I've spent 12 years chasing fire across the American Southwest, from the Chiricahuas to the Mogollon Rim. You learn to live inside heat, eat it, breathe it, wear it like a second skin. You learn the sound a burning tree makes when it gives up its last breath, and how wind turns a whisper into a wall of flame. But I've never heard a forest whisper back until that night on the North Fire Line. The call came just before midnight. A dry lightning storm had swept through Kaibab National Forest, north of Ash Fork. Spot fires bloomed in multiple canyons. The biggest was creeping up a drainage toward an old service road, the one locals called the North Fire Line. Dispatch said we'd be there until dawn, mop-up operations only. The main burn was contained. Easy night, on paper. By the time our transport rolled up the ridge, the horizon glowed dull orange, like the inside of a forge losing its fury. The wind had dropped, and the air smelled less like pine and more like dust baked too long. My crew, 12 men, 1 woman spread out, pulling gear from the truck, drip torches, Pulaskis, thermal cameras. My captain, Latham, pointed at me and Torres. Bell, take the FLIR unit. Sweep the perimeter east to the drainage. Make sure no heat pockets jump the line. We hiked out through blackened timber. The ash was soft underfoot, giving off faint warmth through our boots. The sky, unusually clear, was threaded with thin clouds, still lit by lightning far off over the desert. I could see the skeletons of trees, each one a ghost of flame. It was quiet enough to hear my own exhale through the respirator filter. The thermal unit's screen flickered in gray and white tones, cool ash, warm logs, fading coals. I swept slowly, adjusting focus. Everything read as expected. Residual heat signatures from burned stumps, scattered patches of smoldering duff. Until it didn't. About 50 yards downslope, a shape moved across the feed. A single, upright figure, bright white on the thermal screen, glowing like molten metal. Got something, I told Torres, lowering the camera to check with my eyes. Nothing there, just a line of charred trunks. Probably a hot stump, he said. Sometimes the camera picks up phantom returns. I know, but this one's walking. Humanoid, maybe 6 feet tall. I adjusted contrast. The figure paused, turned toward us, then vanished from the display like someone had cut the feed. I tapped the screen, thinking it had frozen. Static rippled across for a second before returning to normal. Nothing but cooling ash. You saw it too? Yeah. Humanoid shape, high heat, not a flare. He nodded once. Could be a crewman on the other side? Negative. We're the only team cleared in this sector. We radioed it in anyway. Latham's voice came back, dry and steady. Copy that, Bill. Probably just a false reading. Those sensors glitch after heavy smoke exposure. Keep eyes on. So we did. The soil gave a faint vibration, rhythmic and alive, like steps echoing through the crust. The thermal picked it up first. 2, then 3 bright signatures walking the ridge, evenly spaced. All upright. All moving counterclockwise along the line we had dug earlier that evening. We've got multiple heat anomalies on perimeter north section. Possible flare-ups or... I hesitated, watching one of them stop and turn toward our direction again. Movement. Human-shaped. Negative on personnel in that area, he replied after a pause. No crews north of you. Pull back to staging. We started back uphill, slow, deliberate. Each step stirred gray ash that glowed faintly under starlight. I turned once, just once, and caught the faintest shift in the darkness beyond the blackened trunks. Not light. Not movement. Just a suggestion of space where there shouldn't be any. Back at staging, Latham studied the FLIR footage I'd captured. The shapes were there. Indisputable. Bright white signatures in motion, distinct arms, legs, upright posture. They passed behind dead trees, reappeared, then faded one by one. He exhaled through his teeth. Thermal ghosting, he muttered. Residual heat patterns drifting on convection. Happens after big burns. We wrapped up the perimeter check by dawn. The air cooled fast, and a thin mist settled through the char. The ridge looked almost peaceful, like a battlefield after surrender. The sun hit the ash and turned it silver. But the screen still showed them. Even as daylight swallowed the last smoke, 5 heat signatures traced the line, looping the perimeter again and again. When I pointed it out, Torres refused to look. Before leaving, I turned one last time toward the burn scar. The north fire line ran straight across the slope like a wound stitched with black thread. Nothing moved, yet when I lifted the FLIR out of habit, the screen flared white with heat. A single shape, standing still at the center of the line, watching us leave. Not yet. The file from that night is still on my hard drive, time-stamped, verified, clean. The incident log reads, no civilian or crew activity detected in sector. Containment stable, anomalous heat readings unresolved. That's the official record. The unofficial one starts when the line started walking back. We returned to base that afternoon, bone-tired and gray with ash. Kaibab Station sat on the edge of a flat mesa, its gravel lot surrounded by miles of pale ponderosa and old burn scars that looked like bruises from the air. After every shift, we cleaned tools, logged data, and tried to forget the sound of wind pushing through hollow trunks. But that morning, nobody spoke much. Torres stripped off his gear in silence. Latham filled out his report at the tailgate, pencil scratching with deliberate calm. When I passed him the FLIR unit, he avoided my eyes. Battery recharge, he said flatly, like that was all it needed. I didn't argue. We'd all seen the heat signatures. Pretending they were ghosts of convection made it easier to sleep, at least for most of them. I showered, scrubbed until my skin felt new, then walked out toward the equipment shed. The smell of wet metal hung in the air. A storm was building over the plateau. Inside, rows of tools gleamed under fluorescent light. Axes, saws, fuel cans lined like soldiers at attention. The FLIR sat on the bench, plugged into a charger, its screen dark. I checked the indicator, fully charged. But the unit hummed faintly, the same low pitch I'd heard from the ridge when the soil trembled. When I powered it on, the display came alive in a wash of white and gray static. I steadied it, focused on the far wall, expecting the usual cool gradients. Instead, the feed pulsed with residual heat across the floor. 5 distinct shapes, perfectly human, standing shoulder to shoulder. Then, as if reacting to being noticed, the shapes began to drift forward, converging toward the camera. My pulse stuttered. I killed the power and set the unit down hard enough to rattle the charger. The hum stopped instantly. The shed fell silent, except for the sound of distant thunder rolling in from the desert. I left it there and stepped outside, breathing through the sour taste of fear. Maybe I'd burned too long without rest. Sleep deprivation plays tricks, that's true, but static doesn't walk toward you. That evening, the wind picked up again. We were supposed to stand down, but dispatch relayed new flare-ups along the same perimeter, north fire line. Small, erratic, spontaneous ignitions in sections already declared cold. It made no sense. Moisture in the soil was high, humidity had climbed. Fire doesn't relight itself like that. Still, orders were orders. At 1800 hours, we loaded up again. Same team, same ridge. On the ride out, Torres wouldn't meet my gaze. Latham kept the radio volume low, but every few minutes, static bled through, a faint pattern that almost sounded like breathing. We reached the line just before nightfall. The air smelled wrong, sharp, metallic, like an old battery leaking acid. Our headlights carved tunnels through the smoke. "Bell, you're on recon again," Latham said. "I want full sweep, 1 mile east." I didn't want the FLIR, but he handed it to me anyway. We started down the slope. The forest looked skeletal in the fading light-thin trunks black against an orange horizon. The ground was slick with ash. No wind, no movement. Stillness, except for the faint whisper of cooling earth. At first, the camera showed nothing but residual warmth. Then, midway down the ridge, something new flickered in the feed. An outline, crouched low, almost touching the dirt. It wasn't walking this time. It was digging. I zoomed in. The heat signature pulsed stronger with each movement, throwing off faint halos across the display. Next to it, smaller spots appeared. Hands, dozens of them pushing through the soil. Torres hissed, What the hell is that? Before I could answer, the screen flashed white and died. The power light went out. Smoke thickened around us, though. Nothing burned nearby. My eyes watered. Then came the smell, wet copper, like blood boiled on iron. "Back up," I said, my voice too calm for how fast my heart was kicking. The ground beneath us shifted, not a quake, not wind, something rolling under the surface like a pulse moving through the dirt. We reached the truck running. Latham met us halfway, flashlight beam cutting through the dark. "Report." I held up the dead Fleer. "But there's movement in the soil!" Before I finished, the radio clipped to his vest crackled to life. A voice came through, faint and distorted. At first, it sounded like interference. Then words emerged. Slow, deliberate. "Perimeter, holding." We all froze. I knew it instantly. Tone, cadence, the rasp in the throat I'd had since the first week of smoke season. Latham frowned, pressing the transmit. "Bell, you're right here," the radio replied. "Copy that." Silence. Then, containment breached. Torres whispered, "Tell me that was playback." It wasn't. At 1930 hours, Command ordered us to pull out again. Whatever anomalies persisted were classified as post-burn interference phenomena. On the drive back, I couldn't shake the rhythm of that transmission. The pause between containment and breached, the way the word dragged, like someone trying to remember how to form sound. That night, I couldn't sleep. The FLIR unit sat there, unplugged. I told myself not to look, but I did anyway. The display light was on, faint but steady, pointed toward the window. When I finally walked over, the screen was blank, no thermal feed, no data, just a reflection of me standing there, framed by darkness. Then, for half a second, another reflection appeared beside mine. Identical posture, identical soot lines, except its mouth moved first. I slammed the screen face down on the shelf. Outside, thunder broke like splitting wood. The next morning, I woke to the sound of the wind hammering the side of the barracks. My throat felt coated in soot, though I hadn't been near smoke since last night. The clock read 06A12. My phone buzzed with a new dispatch notice. Containment reassessment, North Fireline sector. I stared at it for a long minute, hoping it was a missend. It wasn't. Officially, they were temporarily reassigned for fatigue. Unofficially, they'd had enough of the ridge. That left 6 of us, Latham, Torres, myself, and 3 others from Flagstaff who hadn't seen the footage. They thought it was just another smolder patrol. We left by 0800. The air was colder than usual, unnervingly still. Cloud cover hung low over the ridge, thin and pearled like frost on glass. The burn zone looked different in daylight, less like ruin, more like something waiting to happen again. As we climbed toward the containment line, I noticed boot prints along the ash. Perfectly spaced, leading from our last staging area straight into the black. They weren't ours. Too many, too uniform. Each print was heat-glazed, edges fused like the ash had melted around them. Latham saw me looking. "Wind distortion," he said quickly before I could speak. I ended up alone when Torres lagged behind to recalibrate his comms. I didn't mind. Sometimes silence felt safer. Its image sharp, responsive, almost eager. Half a mile in, it caught movement again, but not upright this time. Across the slope, the ground rippled. Heat lines spread outward in circular waves, like something beneath the soil was breathing again. Then the earth cracked, just slightly, and a figure rose out of it. No flame, no smoke, only radiant heat. The shape stood where the fire line cut deepest, like it had been waiting just below the surface. The thermal image burned pure white. The screen's temperature readout maxed out instantly. I lowered the unit, expecting nothing there. But in the real light, I saw a shimmer, a warping of air, like heat haze. It moved. Slowly, the distortion stepped toward the trench, crossing the same line we'd cut to hold the blaze. The air around it bent, dust swirling upward. Each step left a faint glow in the ash that faded seconds later. I took a step back. My boot landed on something brittle. I couldn't see eyes, only the sense of attention, of pressure in the air focused on me. Then the radio on my shoulder hissed. "Bell," Latham's voice, sharp, close. "Report." The echo wasn't delayed. It overlapped, same tone, same cadence, like the signal had been mirrored through another channel. Latham came back. "You cut out. Repeat that." I didn't. I was watching the thing step fully across the line now. Where its feet touched, the soil smoked, not from flame, but from cold, like frost sublimating in heat. I caught the faintest smell of ozone and charred pine resin. The ground trembled once, then it stopped moving. The thermal feed in my hand went white, blinding. I dropped the unit. Only the footprints remained. 10 distinct impressions, each rimmed in ash that steamed faintly under the morning light. By the time Torres reached me, I'd collected the flour and powered it down. He looked pale. "You hear it too?" he asked. "Hear what?" He pointed toward the burned valley below. I listened. At first, I thought it was wind. Then I realized it was voices. Multiple, low, rhythmic. A pattern, like people speaking in unison from far away. The sound rose and fell like a chant filtered through static. "Radio interference," I said automatically. Torres shook his head. "Radios are off. We turned them on just to check. They were." But the sound didn't stop. By noon, the weather rolled in. The wind shifted north, carrying gray dust and the smell of rain. Command ordered us to withdraw. Too unstable for ground crews. I didn't argue. As we packed, I looked back across the fire line. The ash swirled in long, thin columns, spinning in place. For a moment, it looked like silhouettes. The same positions we'd seen on the first thermal feed. That night, we camped near the old service road, too far from town to drive back in the storm. We sat under a tarp, eating from cold rations, listening to thunder crawl across the horizon. The rain had stopped, but the wind kept brushing the tent like fingertips. My radio powered off clicked once. For a second, I saw shapes moving along it again, bright, white, walking the perimeter. Then, in the crack of thunder, my own voice came through the static outside the tent, perimeter secure. I sat up, heart pounding, scanning the dark. Nothing answered. Only the smell of wet ash and the faint hum in the ground beneath me, steady as a pulse. It didn't stop until dawn. By morning, the storm had passed. The forest steamed under a pale sun, the air thick with that strange sweetness that comes after rain over burned ground. Our radios buzzed back to life just before sunrise, dispatch calling all remaining crews off the ridge. Containment confirmed. Fireline is cold. Cold. That word didn't feel true anymore. We packed quickly, the air too still for comfort. Latham barked orders. His usual composure cracked around the edges. Even Torres didn't say much. Everyone was ready to leave that place behind. The ash was darker now, damp and heavy. The prints from yesterday had filled halfway with water. Only the deepest impressions remained visible, each rimmed with a faint crust of white, like salt. Cool soil, wet trunks, the ghost of a forest finally cooling. I almost let myself believe it, until the top corner of the display flickered. Coordinates appeared. Sector code, timestamp, elevation. The data matched exactly to our first anomaly 2 nights earlier, the one where the walking figures looped the line. The feed wasn't live. It was replaying on its own, except the loop didn't stop. The figures were walking again, bright and steady, same pattern, same path, except one more now trailed behind, taller, sharper. And its heat signature matched my own ID. The camera labeled it automatically, Bell, M. We're leaving. I set the device on the ground. I don't remember deciding to do that, just the sudden need to not hold it anymore. I walked back without looking behind me. The hum in the soil had faded, replaced by the high, dry silence only burned country knows. We drove south all afternoon. The highway shimmered with heat, and the ridgeline behind us grew small, swallowed by haze. Nobody spoke. Halfway to Flagstaff, Latham's radio went off. The voice on the other end was clipped, official. Update from command, anomaly confirmed at North Fireline. Satellite thermal shows residual movement post-containment. You boys notice anything unusual? Latham met my eyes in the mirror. Neither of us answered. We checked into base around dusk. The rest of the crew dispersed fast. Gear turn-in, report signing, showers, silence. By the time I got to my quarters, the sky had gone violet. I sat on my bunk, boots still on, trying to piece the last 48 hours into something rational. The door opened quietly. Torres stepped in, holding something wrapped in a tarp. "You forgot this," he said, setting it down. "The FLIR. I left it," I said. "I know." It was in the back of the truck. Thought it was dead, but it started recording again on the drive. He unwrapped it and switched it on. The screen came up instantly. Static at first, then the familiar shape of the ridge, faint moonlight ghosting through the frame. Someone was walking the fire line again. Alone this time. The figure moved like a man in turnout gear, helmet tilted, gloves dark with soot. It stopped at the same point I'd stood that morning, looked around, then raised a hand. "Not waving, pointing." Torres whispered, "That's you." The label on the feed confirmed it, Bell. I tried to convince myself it was a glitch, an old file replaying under a new timestamp, but the time matched exactly, now, this minute. The feed wavered as if the person had turned toward the camera, and for a moment, the image sharpened. The visor caught faint reflection. Behind him, the burned slope seemed to move, the soil rippling again like slow breath. Then the signal cut to black. Torres swore softly. "That's enough," he said, killing the power. He started to put it away, but I stopped him. The hum returned, faint, like a low-frequency tone beneath the quiet. I picked it up. Warm to the touch, not battery, warm, body warm. I carried it outside. The sky was starless, thin clouds glowing faintly over the horizon. Down past the tree line, the burn scar lay invisible in darkness 20 miles away. Yet as I lifted the FLIR again, its screen pulsed alive on its own gray static blooming into motion. The ridge filled the display, brighter than before, as if distance didn't exist. And on that ridge, the heat signatures were back, dozens now, maybe hundreds, walking in circles along the same containment line. At the center of the ring, one figure stood still. I zoomed in, the image distorted, pixelated, then clarified. It was me again, or something wearing me, down to the torn patch on my left sleeve. It turned its head, and the entire display whitened, searing bright. For half a heartbeat, a sound came through the speaker. Not fire, not static. Breathing. Close. Then, softly, perimeter secure. The screen went black for good this time. I left the device on the ground and walked back to the barracks. By morning, it was gone. Official reports list the North Fire Line as contained, no casualties. The post-burn analysis attributes the strange readings to thermal lag across soil strata. Command asked me to sign off on that explanation. I did. But every night since, around the same hour, my radio clicks twice. Then, in my own voice, steady, calm, practiced, comes the transmission I never made. Containment breached. My name is Kevin Draper, and I work for the Virginia Department of Parks and Recreation, assigned to the Shenandoah Maintenance District. My job isn't glamorous, but I take pride in it. Every spring, before the hiking season starts, I walk the loops, clear fallen branches, patch trail signs, and repaint blazes on the trees, the small colored marks that guide hikers through the forest. Some of them are blue or yellow, but on Devil's Turn Loop, the marks are red. The story goes that a ranger in the 1960s gave it that name after a hiker vanished there, and the search crew kept circling back to the same ridge, like the woods were folding over themselves. My gear clanked with every step. Paint cans, brushes, hammer, a small handsaw, and my radio clipped to my belt. The trail wound through oaks and maples, climbing the slope above the valley. From up there, I could see the Blue Ridge crest catching the first line of sun. I repainted the first half-dozen blazes easily enough. One swipe of primer to clean up the old paint, one layer of red, quick and neat. But when I reached the segment past marker 3, something odd stood out. A few of last year's blazes had turned dark, not faded like sun damage, but blackened, almost as if burned from within the bark. I scraped one with my putty knife and found the color went deep, several layers down. The wood underneath was cool, damp, and smelled faintly like iron. I blamed it on some chemical reaction sap, maybe, or old varnish reacting to moisture. Still, it gave me a strange feeling. I opened a new can of paint and went over the marks again, bright red, the way they're supposed to be. The contrast looked fine in the dim light. Around 10 a.m., I heard another voice on the radio. Wayne, my supervisor. He asked how Devil's Turn was looking this year. I told him it was quiet. He laughed, said it better stay that way. Don't get turned around up there, he said. The words didn't stick with me then, but I thought about them later. The loop itself is just over 6 miles, not far by mountain standards, but it climbs through a tangle of ridges, gullies, and dry creek beds that twist like veins. From above, it might look like a spiral. On the ground, it feels worse. Trees grow thick, and the canopy blocks most sunlight. You can hear echoes of your own footsteps sometimes, as if someone's following a few beats behind. By noon, I'd reached the midpoint near an overlook known as Miller's Bluff. I stopped to eat lunch, a ham sandwich, half a bottle of Gatorade. The sky had cleared, but clouds still hugged the lower slopes. I watched the fog move like smoke through the trees. When I packed up to start again, I noticed one of the blazes on a nearby tree. One I'd painted fresh not 30 minutes before had already changed. It wasn't bright red anymore. The surface had bled into a dark maroon that deepened by the second. I ran a thumb over it, expecting wet paint, but it was dry. I wiped my hand on my pants and found faint streaks of black, like soot. That's when the quiet hit me. Not just the kind of quiet that settles in the woods when birds pause, but a deep, heavy stillness. No wind, no chirping, not even the usual rustle of squirrels or insects. I called out, half joking, "All right, who's screwing with me?" My voice carried too far, bounced back from somewhere deeper in the trees. I walked a few yards farther, following the next blaze. It too had darkened. Every mark along the stretch had turned the same slick, black color, each one bleeding down the bark like it was dripping. The liquid pooled faintly at the base of the trees, mixing with the soil. When I opened it, the red was still bright inside, untouched. I brushed another mark onto a clean trunk just to test it, waited a few seconds, then watched as it began to darken again, right in front of me. The forest around me seemed to draw tighter, shadows lengthening, though the sun hadn't moved much. That's when I heard the faint crunch of leaves behind me, slow, measured steps, keeping pace with my breathing. I turned sharply, saw only trunks and a faint shimmer of heat rising off the ground. I told myself it was a deer. Maybe even Wayne playing a prank, though he's not the type to hike 6 miles just for a laugh. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. By the time I reached marker 5, I realized I'd been walking longer than expected. My GPS showed I'd looped twice over the same section without crossing the same coordinates. I checked the compass. It spun once, then steadied, but pointed southeast when it should have been due north. Static. A low hum started somewhere off to my left, barely audible at first, like the vibration of a power line. It built slowly until I could feel it under my boots. The trees trembled slightly, though the air was still. I told myself I'd walk just a bit farther, to the fork where the loop returns toward the trailhead. Then I'd be done for the day. Maybe come back tomorrow with Wayne. But when I followed the next set of blazes, something changed. The marks no longer followed a curve. They led straight downhill into the dense hollow. I shouldn't have followed. But I did. The light dimmed fast, and the air turned colder. Somewhere in the hollow, water trickled faintly, though I didn't remember a stream crossing here. Then, through the trees ahead, I saw it, a cluster of red blazes on several trunks close together, all smeared and blackened, forming what looked like a spiral or a circle drawn around something unseen in the center. That's when my radio crackled for the first time in over an hour. A faint voice came through, thin, distant. It sounded like Wayne, but not quite. The static cut in between syllables. "Kev, you're not alone down there!" Then it cut out again. It wasn't big, just a flicker between the trees, like a branch shifting under its own weight. But the shadows near the center of that circle seemed to thicken, stretching toward me. I took a slow step back, my boots sinking slightly into the wet soil. The air was colder here, the kind of cold that doesn't match the season or the hour. I lifted my radio again, thumb pressed hard against the button. "Wayne, do you copy?" Static hissed back, then a faint voice, a breath more than a word. "Stay out." It cut off before I could answer. I should have turned around, packed my things. But the ring of trees ahead felt magnetic, pulling my focus until I realized my feet were moving on their own. Every trunk in that circle bore the same bleeding blaze, black paint or whatever it was, dripping in lines that curved downward, almost forming symbols. In the middle, the ground was bare. Just smooth soil, dark and wet. I crouched to inspect it, running my glove through the dirt. My hand came up damp and red. Not paint this time. Thicker, darker, sticky. The smell of iron hit me again, sharp enough to sting the back of my throat. The forest groaned around me, a long, low sound that could have been the wind, but there wasn't any. The leaves overhead were still. I backed up until my heel caught a root, almost tripping me. I kept my eyes on the circle as I reached for the trail behind. That's when I saw them. New blazes on the trees I'd just passed, still glossy like they'd been painted seconds ago. Fresh red dripping down. I checked my brush. It was dry, bristles stiff. My can of paint sat half empty, sealed tight. Then came the footsteps again. Heavier this time. No rhythm, no care for quiet. His shape was wrong somehow. Too tall, arms hanging low, head slightly bent. I called out before I could think, "Hey, you're on a closed trail." No answer. Then, in the silence, something strange. My own words echoed back, same tone, same cadence, but a few seconds late. "Sir, you need to stay where you are." I started walking, not caring about direction now. I just needed out. My compass needle spun once more, no use. I tried the GPS, but the screen glitched, numbers flickering, coordinates vanishing. Every few seconds it flashed. No signal. Relief hit first, then confusion. It wasn't sunlight. The light pulsed faintly, like a lantern swinging in the distance. I pushed through undergrowth, the brush clawing at my clothes. What I found wasn't a lantern, it was a small clearing, one I didn't recognize from any map, and in the center stood an old wooden signpost. The paint had faded, but I could still make out faint letters carved deep. Devil's Turn Loop. Below that, nailed to the post, were 3 wooden planks, each marked with fresh red blazes. One of them was still dripping. I had somehow walked right back to the start of the same loop, though my watch said I'd been moving in one direction for nearly 40 minutes. I reached for the map in my pocket, unfolded it, traced the trail with my finger. My hand shook when I saw the ink on the paper blotches spreading, the red printed lines seeping black, bleeding out into the folds. The hum came again, louder now, rising from the ground beneath me. I pressed my boot down hard and felt the earth vibrating like there was machinery running deep below. I ran. Not fast, not like in a movie, just the kind of desperate jog you use when panic is seconds from taking over. I followed what I thought was the right path until I saw a blaze ahead, a clean one, red, steady. I slowed, stepped closer, relief flickering through me. Then it bled black. Right before my eyes, the color seeped downward, forming a single, thick drip that ran to the forest floor. Something about it triggered the same instinct as hearing your name whispered in an empty room. I looked down and saw more of those black drips pooling together, spreading into a pattern, not random. They were forming a curve, closing in around my boots. Stay on the trail. I swung the radio up again, hoping it was Wayne. "I'm here. I'm still on it. Just tell me where to go." The voice came again, slightly clearer, still distorted. "Stay on the trail, Kevin." This time, hearing my name made my stomach drop. That wasn't Wayne's voice. It sounded like mine. Something crashed in the woods to my left, sharp, splintering wood. I turned to see a tree trunk give way, snapping in half. The break wasn't from rot. The wood looked cleanly cut, as if by a blade. The top half leaned, then toppled silently, striking the ground without sound. I took a step backward. My boot landed in the dark pool of liquid. I bolted uphill, following any line that looked clear. The forest blurred together, bark, roots, rock, sky. My breath tore through my chest. I didn't look behind me, but the hum followed, always just beneath the sound of my steps. When I stumbled onto the service road near the upper lot, it felt like stepping out of another world. The air changed lighter, moving again. Birds called from somewhere distant. I half collapsed near the gravel shoulder, catching my breath. I turned once to look back toward the tree line. The forest was still. No hum, no figures. Just the same quiet green it had always been. Then I noticed the paintbrush still in my hand. For a few minutes I just sat there on the gravel shoulder, head between my knees, waiting for my pulse to come back down. The world felt too bright, too real again. Cars passed miles below, faint hums carried up by the wind. It should have been comforting, proof that civilization was still close. But all I could think about was the brush in my hand, the black-stained bristles glistening like oil. I tried to wipe it clean on the dirt. The color didn't smear. It sank into the soil, vanishing completely. When I looked at my palm, streaks of it had seeped into the creases of my skin. I rubbed harder, even used some of the Gatorade to wash it off. It didn't fade. Just stayed there, faint and gray, as if part of me now. Wayne's voice finally came through the radio, loud and ordinary, like nothing had happened. "Kevin, you reading me? You still on Devil's Turn?" I pressed the button, throat tight. "Yeah, I'm on the service road." Something's off up there, Wayne." "The paint." He cut me off, half laughing. "Paint can't hurt you. You sound shook. Take a break before you start seeing ghosts." He didn't say it cruelly, but it hit me sideways. I started to argue, then stopped. The words I had didn't make sense, even to me. Bleeding trees, echoing voices, blazes turning black. It sounded ridiculous. I told him I'd head down to the trailhead to pack up for the day. He said he'd meet me there in 20. I started walking downhill. The sun hung high, the light hard and clean. I kept telling myself, daylight, distance, logic. But as I passed the first bend, I saw something that stopped me cold. On the road's edge, someone had repainted the hazard post, a single vertical strip of red running the length of the wood. I hadn't done that. I leaned closer. The paint shimmered faintly, wet. And at the very top, near the head of the post, the red was already darkening to black. The last stretch of road twisted between two steep banks before dropping to the lower lot. From there I could see the old ranger shed, a weather-beaten structure half swallowed by brush. That's where we store extra paint and tools during the season. The door was open. I hadn't left it that way. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of iron and oil. Every paint can we kept there was open, lids scattered across the floor. Some were empty, some only half full. And on the back wall, God help me! Someone had painted a shape, a looped circle, uneven but deliberate, maybe 6 feet across. It wasn't red. It was that same deep black, still wet, the surface faintly rippling like it wasn't drying right. I reached out with my brush, tapped the edge. The bristles touched the surface and sank in deeper than they should have, like dipping into liquid. When I pulled back, something clung to the fiber's thick strands, like hair. That's when I heard the hum again. Fainter, but close. Coming from outside. The woods across the clearing swayed slightly, though there was no wind. And then, one by one, the trees along the ridge flared red at their bases, streaks appearing as if freshly painted. I don't remember deciding to run, but I was moving before the thought formed. Down the access road, past the parked truck, through the lot, and out onto the gravel turnoff that led toward the highway. Every few yards I saw more of those marks, on posts, on rocks, even on the asphalt, all red. Halfway down, my radio crackled again. Wayne's voice came through clearer this time. "Kevin, where are you? I'm at the shed. Paint's all over the damn place. What the hell happened here?" My mouth went dry. "I'm on the road," I said. "Don't touch the paint, Wayne. Don't!" The radio hissed, then cut to silence. I yelled into it, tried again. Nothing. I turned, looking back up the slope. The line of the road twisted into trees, the shed barely visible between trunks. Then, faint but sure, I saw motion. A figure walking out from the shed, holding something in his hand. Wayne, I thought, until I realized the shape wasn't right. The person was taller, leaner, arms hanging low, just like the figure I'd seen in the woods. When I looked again, it was gone. Only the open shed and the black symbol on the wall remained. I made it to my truck, breath raw, chest tight. I didn't look back again. The road curved down into town, and I kept driving until the forest was behind me. I pulled into a gas station near Luray and sat there, shaking. Wayne called about an hour later. His voice sounded tired, like he'd been shouting. He asked why I left the shed a mess, why I'd dumped paint all over the floor and drawn some nonsense on the wall. I tried to tell him I hadn't, that it was already there, but he didn't believe me. He said the park manager wanted to see me in the morning. That night I barely slept. I kept dreaming of the blazes, that black liquid dripping slowly down, forming circles in the dirt. Each time I woke, I thought I heard the faint hum again, even inside my house. At dawn, I checked my hand. The gray stains were still there, darker now, veins of it creeping up my wrist. I scrubbed until my skin burned. I decided I'd go back, just once, to show Wayne what I'd seen, prove I hadn't lost it. Maybe bring samples of the bark, take photos, logic, evidence, clarity. That's what I told myself. When I reached the gate, a ranger truck was already parked there. Wayne was leaning against it, arms folded. His face looked pale. He didn't speak right away. Then, quietly, "The trail's closed, Kevin." "Why?" I asked. He opened the tailgate. Inside was one of the wooden posts from the loop broken clean in half. Both ends were blackened through, as if burned from inside the grain. Wayne's hand shook as he pointed at it. "These weren't like that yesterday." "You said the paint turned black, right?" I nodded. He stared at the post a long moment, then said, "It's still wet." Wayne stood there with that post like he didn't want to be the one holding it. The black sheen on the wood caught the morning light and reflected dull, like tar hardened overnight. I stepped closer, and he lifted it away from me without saying a word. His eyes looked smaller than usual, set deep in his face, like he hadn't slept either. We both knew there wasn't a good explanation, but we needed one anyway. The park manager was already on his way. Wayne said he'd radioed at dawn when he found the symbol on the shed. I tried to tell him it wasn't me, that something was wrong with the paint, with the trees, with all of it. He listened, but didn't answer right away. Finally, he said, "If that's true, Kevin, we can prove it. But we'll go together this time." So we did. We left the truck at the gate and hiked in with fresh cans of paint, sealed tight, still bearing the factory label. I didn't want to carry them, but Wayne insisted we might need to show the manager the difference between clean paint and whatever I'd found yesterday. The woods were quiet again, too quiet for morning. The air didn't move, not even the insects. The first stretch of trail looked normal, almost as if nothing had happened. The blazes I'd painted were still red, the trees dry. My hand itched constantly, that gray tint still deep under the skin, like faint bruising. I shoved it in my pocket to keep from scratching. We reached the overlook by mid-morning. Wayne stopped to check the map, marking coordinates for the park log. I stared down the slope, trying to remember where the circle had been. It should have been visible from here, a small clearing off to the east, but there was nothing, just unbroken forest. I told him that, and he frowned. But the air smelled the same, metallic, like the inside of an old pipe. A few hundred yards later, we found the first black mark. Not wet this time, just dark, dull, the shape of a blaze but crusted over. Wayne scraped at it with his knife and frowned. The blade came back red, not paint, blood red, fresh. We both froze. Wayne stared at the knife, then at me. "If this is a prank, it's gone too far." "It's not," I said. My voice cracked when I heard myself. He sighed, shoved the knife into the dirt, and looked around like he could spot the trick hiding behind a tree. But the trees were just watching us back, tall and quiet. Then the hum started again. This time Wayne heard it too. His head jerked up. "You hear that? It came from beneath us, low, steady, the same sound I'd felt under my boots yesterday." Wayne crouched, pressed his palm to the ground. "Feels like a generator." "There's nothing out here," I told him. "No power lines, no equipment." The hum deepened, almost becoming rhythm. 3 slow pulses, then silence. 3 again. Something about that repetition pulled my eyes to the trees. The blazes ahead, 6 in a row, had all blackened at once. Not faded gradually, not bleeding. They were already pitch dark. "We just need to." The ground shifted under him, soft like wet clay. He steadied himself, frowning. Then a faint bubbling sound came from the soil by his boots. A thin stream of black liquid pushed through, running between the leaves. He jumped back. "What the hell?" I pulled him away by the arm. The hum rose in pitch, higher, faster. The trees trembled, though the air was still. Then, with a sound like bark tearing, one of the trunks nearby split down the center. Something leaped from the crack, dark and gleaming. We ran. But the trail curved wrong. The turn sharper, unfamiliar. Every landmark I remembered was gone. The terrain folded in strange ways. Ridges where there shouldn't be any. Hollows where there had been dry ground. Wayne stopped, bent over, gasping. "We're off the loop." The silence that followed was worse. Wayne looked around, squinting. There, look! Ahead, through the trees, stood the ranger shed. I almost laughed from relief until I realized it shouldn't have been there. The shed was miles down the trail, near the road, yet here it was, tilted slightly, the door open just like before. We both knew we shouldn't go near it, but the clearing around it looked wrong, too symmetrical, like something had built it overnight. The symbol on the back wall was gone, but the boards around it had dark stains where it used to be. Wayne stepped inside first. It's empty, he said. I followed, slow. The smell was stronger this time. On the floor sat a single can of paint, the lid off. The color inside wasn't red. It was that same slick black. Wayne bent down, whispering, "We didn't bring that one." I shook my head. The surface of the paint rippled once. No wind, no touch. Then something rose through it. Not a hand, not anything shaped like flesh, just a pattern of light, faint red lines curling in a spiral. For a second it hovered above the rim, dripping slow, then vanished back into the liquid. Wayne backed out, fast. "We're leaving," he said, voice thin. Noonlight should have filtered through the canopy, but everything looked like early evening. I could see our breath. The blazes on the trees had changed again, no longer single marks. They'd stretched, curling into loops that matched the pattern from the shed. Wayne swore under his breath, pulled out his radio, and tried calling base. "Static!" I looked down the trail, or what I thought was the trail. The ground shimmered faintly, as if wet. The hum came again, deeper than before. Then, one by one, the blazes ahead of us flared red again, bright this time, glowing faintly in the dim air. A path. Wayne took a step toward them. "Maybe it's leading us out," he said. "Or back in," I told him. He turned to me, pale. "You pick!" I looked at the nearest blaze, at the way it pulsed. My name echoed softly from somewhere deeper in the trees, drawn out, like breath-leaving lungs. "Kevin!" Wayne didn't hear it. He was already walking toward the light. I followed, not because I wanted to, but because there was nowhere else left to go. My name is Julia Vance. I am a certified expedition medic with 15 years of experience supporting alpine research teams across the southern Andes and Antarctic Peninsula. On January 8, 2022, I joined a 5-person crew on the northern flank of Cerro San Lorenzo, Patagonia, for a glaciology study that was supposed to last only one day. We were documenting melt patterns along the lower icefall, where crevasse activity had accelerated after an early thaw. I record these details carefully because everything that happened after noon that day feels impossible to state plainly, and yet every note in my field log confirms it occurred. The team consisted of Dr. Hendrik Meyer, a German glaciologist leading the survey, Tomas Reyes, our local mountaineer and route fixer, 2 graduate assistants, Elise and Mauro, and myself. We had established a temporary base beside the Rio Oro, close enough to the glacier's toe to hear it groan during the night. By morning, fog drifted low over the moraine, and the ice reflected it like dull steel. I had seen glaciers collapse before. Patagonian ones behave like living things, breathing and shifting. But that morning, the sound beneath us was different. It was slower, wet, almost deliberate. We set out at 0740. The temperature hovered around freezing, and meltwater ran beneath thin crusts of ice that cracked under our crampons. I carried the medical pack and the satellite radio, trailing behind as Meyer dictated coordinates to Elise. The route was simple. Ascend along the marked flag line toward a fissure labeled Section Delta, where yesterday's drone footage had shown fresh fracture zones. Our goal was to measure internal temperature differentials, nothing extraordinary. It was a cavernous blue gash in the icefall, perhaps 15 meters wide and tapering into shadow. Tomas anchored ropes while Mauro installed the first thermal probe. The sound of dripping echoed like distant applause. I remember feeling lightheaded from the air inside the crevasse. It was dense and strangely warm. Elise joked that the glacier was exhaling. Minutes later, something below shifted. A tremor. A low crack echoed through the ice, followed by a rush of snow and vapor from the chasm. Tomas shouted, "Otras!" But Mauro was still tethered near the edge. The ledge sheared off beneath him. I lunged toward the rope, but it snapped against the lip, and he dropped, his helmet's orange flash disappearing into the dark. The silence that followed was absolute. The mist swallowed everything, even our voices. When I called for him, the sound returned in fragments, like someone whispering it back. Meyer ordered everyone to stand clear while I radioed base for an emergency extraction team, but reception was poor. The only clear phrase that transmitted was, "Fall possible fatality." For the next hour, we tried to locate Mauro visually. The crevasse seemed bottomless. Meyer lowered a line fitted with a thermal sensor. It detected faint heat roughly 20 meters down. We decided to treat it as a body recovery. Tomas and I prepared a standard alpine body bag, black nylon, double zipper with insulated lining, and attached it to the retrieval rig. The plan was to lower it, secure the remains, and haul them up before sunset. At 12:47, the rope went slack. Tomas frowned, thinking the hook had missed. Then it twitched. The winch creaked as though something below had taken hold. I leaned over the edge, flashlight trembling, and saw motion inside the mist. A shape swaying slightly, just at the limit of the beam. I couldn't tell if it was the bag or something else. Meyer muttered. "Pull!" The line tightened. The rig strained upward, dripping meltwater and slush. When the bag reached the lip, Tomas froze. It was zipped shut, perfectly sealed, like someone had packed it from the inside. Yet it was weightless. We unhooked it and laid it flat on the ice. Meyer crouched beside it, unzipped halfway and cursed under his breath. Empty. No body. No gear. Just a faint wet imprint along the lining, the shape of a man's shoulders and legs, but fading fast. We checked the tag. It was the same bag we'd brought. Elise confirmed she had marked the serial number herself. Tomas insisted maybe the rope snapped again and the real bag was still below, but there was no second rig, only the one we pulled up, zipped, folded, and clean. We stood around it for too long, unable to speak. I zipped the bag again and said we'd deal with it back at camp. Meyer agreed, though his expression was brittle, strained at the edges. We began our descent. Clouds thickened fast, and the temperature dropped sharply. Every few minutes, I thought I heard an echo behind us, footsteps matching our rhythm, but delayed. Tomas stopped once, turned, and whispered that he saw someone standing at Delta's edge, a single dark figure. When we looked again, nothing was there. By the time we reached the moraine, snow had started to fall. We secured the bag beside our tents, intending to contact the helicopter crew once signal returned. Static filled the channel, but through it, a faint voice emerged. It was male, whispering my name. Then, "Don't leave it open." I froze. At 16 thous, I walked over to adjust its position, worried it might freeze stiff before retrieval. That's when I noticed the fresh moisture at the zipper seemed like condensation from breath. I stepped closer, placed a hand over the nylon. Warm. I jerked back. Meyer came over, testing it himself. And yet the bag was warm, as if something inside was breathing quietly, slowly. We decided to move it beneath the gear tarp, out of the snow. Tomas refused to touch it barehanded, using his ice axe to drag it. The nylon left a faint trail behind, not of water, but of fine black dust silt from the glacier's underbelly. Elise lit the stove, trying to talk about anything else, but no one could eat. The radio kept clicking with faint half-words. None of us admitted to hearing the same thing, but I saw it in their eyes. At 19 uttered, the sound returned, soft, rhythmic, from beneath the tarp. Something shifting fabric. Slow, like a breath. The sound of that zipper cut through the wind. None of us moved for several seconds. The stove hissed softly behind us, the only steady sound in that collapsing silence. Tomas grabbed his headlamp and swung the beam toward the tarp. It trembled slightly in the wind, nothing more. I swear, I heard the nylon breathe again, a faint expansion, then deflation. Meyer told us to stay put. He stepped forward, every crunch of his crampon too loud. The beam followed him as he hooked the edge of the tarp with his trekking pole and flipped it back. The bag was exactly where we'd left it, folded, sealed, untouched. He crouched, unzipped a few inches, and stopped. Steam rose from the opening, not heat from decomposition. That takes time and mass, but a thin mist, steady and white, like warm breath. Elise gasped. Meyer zipped it closed again, almost violently, muttering, "It's off-gassing." We dragged it farther from the tents, down toward the frozen stream. Tomas wanted to dump it into the meltwater, said whatever was inside should go back where it came from. Meyer refused. "It's our responsibility," he said. "We bring it out tomorrow. No theatrics." By 21:00, snow fell in hard, dry flakes, stinging our faces. We set a perimeter light and retreated into the cook tent. The wind howled over the ridge, shaking the fabric like an animal trying to get in. Inside, it was barely warmer. Elise kept rubbing her hands, whispering she could still feel warmth in the snow where the bag had been. I recorded everything in my field notes to stay calm. 21,013 team agitated. Object remains at 12 meters distance. Possible sublimation causing vapor. Even as I wrote, my handwriting trembled. At 21,030, Tomas unzipped the tent door and stared into the storm. He said he saw movement near the bag. Shadows flickering in the light, like someone pacing. Meyer joined him, but the moment they stepped outside, the air turned still. The storm paused. No wind, no snow. That's when we all heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming up the slope, not the rhythmic crunch of crampons, barefoot, soft against the snow. I gripped the med bag instinctively, not for first aid, but because the scissors inside were the only sharp thing I had. The steps stopped just outside the tent. Elise whispered. "Someone's here!" Meyer shouted in Spanish for them to identify themselves. "Nothing!" He stepped out into the dark again, his headlamp cutting a narrow cone of white across the drifts. The bag was gone. We stumbled out after him. The spot where we placed it was smooth, unbroken snow. The only trail led back toward the glacier's shallow imprints, as though something heavy had been dragged but without pressure. The wind erased them as we watched. Meyer turned toward the crevasse, eyes wide. "It's heading back," he said. I can still see that moment clearly, the dim blue of twilight, the glacier faintly glowing, and those half-buried tracks leading straight toward Section Delta. The storm eased, and the ice began to creak again, deep and resonant, like something waking up. We followed, of course. We chased data, evidence, even when we're shaking. Tomas led, axe in hand. The rest of us trailed close, each of us pretending it was about recovering a lost object, not proving we hadn't lost our minds. Down inside, faint movement flickered in the beam of our lamps. The bag, upright, perfectly balanced at the edge of a lower shelf, like someone had placed it there for us to see. Meyer started lowering himself toward it. I grabbed his harness. "Wait," I said. "Let's think." "There are protocols." His rope screeched through the carabiner. When his boots touched the shelf, the ice hummed underfoot. The sound wasn't natural. It pulsed, rhythmic, like a heartbeat amplified through the glacier. He crouched beside the bag, checked the zipper, and shouted up, "It's sealed again!" Then his light flickered. Through the beam, we saw a dark outline form behind him, man-shaped but translucent, as if made from the same mist rising off the ice. It leaned forward. Tomas started down the rope, shouting, but Meyer stood up before he reached him. "I'm fine," he called. His voice was calm, steady, too steady. He looked up at us and smiled, though it wasn't quite his smile. I remember every hair on my arms rising. He began hauling the bag himself, climbing with strange precision, one hand over the other, movements mechanical. When he reached the rim, he stepped over and said, "We'll take it back now." Elise whispered, "Hendrik, your eyes!" but didn't finish. They reflected no light at all. The snow fell again, harder now, muting everything. By the time we reached camp, the storm had buried our footprints. Meyer set the bag down beside the tents, brushed snow from his sleeves, and said, "Secure it. Tomorrow we depart early." Then he walked to his own tent and zipped it shut. Elise turned to me. "Julia," she said softly, "he never clipped into the rope. I was watching. He just climbed." None of us slept. The wind screamed against the tent fabric all night, and through it, I heard another sound, wet, dragging, like something shifting just outside. Static at first, then the same faint male whisper as before. "Don't leave it open!" Around 02,000, I heard Meyer moving outside. His footsteps circled the tent slowly, dragging something behind. He looked up toward the ridge and said something I couldn't make out. Then he stepped forward and disappeared over the edge, the bag sliding after him into the black. The wind carried a single sound up from below, a zipper sliding closed. The only light came from the flickering stove and Elise's headlamp, half dead. The storm's howl filled every silence between us, and yet, underneath, I thought I heard something still climbing. Soft friction, nylon brushing ice. Tomas finally muttered, "He's gone." He zipped the tent closed like that would hold the world out. No one can descend that lip without an anchor. He didn't fall, he walked. Her voice cracked halfway through the sentence. I checked the radio again. Dead. Only a faint pulse of static every 30 seconds, like a heartbeat. The batteries were full. I kept listening until the pattern shifted, and through it, I swear I heard a breath. Not static, but the slow, steady inhale of someone standing too close to the microphone. "Turn it off," Tomas whispered. We didn't. We just let it hum. At some point after 3, the wind eased. No movement outside, no groan of ice, just that low hum, as if the glacier itself were holding its breath. I told him we should check Meyer's tent, that maybe he'd come back. Tomas argued, we wait for dawn, but dawn doesn't mean much here. The sky lightens, but the world stays gray. The snow hadn't covered the tracks yet. 2 sets leading from our camp toward the icefall. One was deep and erratic, his boots. The other was lighter, gliding just beside it, unbroken, as though something dragged without weight. Meyer's tent was zipped open. Inside, his sleeping bag was folded neatly, empty. And on his field notebook, one line was written across the page, "Return to source." I felt something shift beneath my boots, a faint vibration, like a train far below. The glacier moaned again, that slow, rhythmic beat we'd heard earlier, louder now. Elise called from behind me, her voice thin. "Julia, look!" Through the thin veil of snow, we saw a shape standing at the edge of the crevasse. Tall, dark, unmoving. It bent slowly, as if setting something down. Then it straightened and turned toward us. I raised my lamp. For a second, the beam caught a flash of reflective fabric. "Meyer's patch! Right on the shoulder!" But his head was tilted wrong, too far back, the way a puppet's might hang when the strings slacken. He turned away and started walking uphill, not down, straight into the glacier. Tomas grabbed my arm. "We leave, now!" I agreed. "Logic, safety, protocol." "What about him?" she whispered. "He's not." "Not what?" Tomas snapped. "Alive? Human? Which one do you think applies right now?" We packed fast, throwing gear into sled bags. The only thing left behind was the secondary med kit. I didn't want to open anything else that could unzip. But when we stepped out to start the snowmobiles, we stopped. The body bag was back. It sat right beside the lead sled, upright and half open, the zipper forming a dark grin. The inside wasn't empty this time. I saw fabric. The gray of a thermal suit, orange strap, and a hand. Pale, half frozen, palm up. The hand twitched. I reached out with a gloved finger and touched the wrist, solid, cold, but pulsing faintly. The pulse was too slow, like something mimicking a heartbeat rather than having one. Then the radio clicked on inside the tent behind us. A voice came through. Myers, calm and steady. "Secure the sample. Bring it down at first light." Tomas kicked the radio, sent it tumbling into the snow. The voice continued from the broken speaker, each word clear, though the device wasn't even powered. "Do not leave it open." That was enough. We left everything. Tents, samples, notes. The snow thickened, turning the world into a tunnel of gray. Every few minutes, Elise glanced over her shoulder. Each time she did, she whispered, "It's closer." I didn't look until I had to. Halfway down the moraine, I turned and saw the bag standing upright again, maybe 50 meters back. It wasn't moving. It didn't need to. The wind carried it forward inch by inch without tipping it over. Tomas pushed ahead, muttering that the lower ice would hold, that we'd reach the river. His voice kept us moving, the only tether to anything rational. But just before the final ridge, we heard the crevasse groan again, a deep rupture rolling beneath our feet. The snow cracked open between us, a line of blue fire tearing through the white. Elise fell first. I lunged, caught her harness, and dragged her back. The gap sealed itself almost instantly, snow hissing as it fused. Beneath it, faint shadows moved, not one shape but many, sliding through the ice like slow current. We made it to the tree line by dawn, if you could call it dawn. The light was pink and strange, refracted through fog. I turned on the GPS. It showed our coordinates shifting, as if we were moving backward, though we were standing still. When we finally reached the base camp cabin, it was empty. No tracks, no radio logs from our distress call. And one more thing, the door was unlatched. Inside, on the floor near the stove, lay the same black body bag, folded neatly. Empty. Tomas lost it then. He tore it open, ripped the nylon apart with the ice axe, shouting in Spanish, "End it! End it!" Maybe ending the object would end whatever was attached to it. Except when the last strip hit the floor, the zipper, the piece he hadn't touched, coiled inward on itself, winding tight like a living thing. Then it vanished under the floorboards with a sound like exhaling. Elise kept her eyes on the door. "He'll come back for it," she said. "It's his sample now." By noon, we started hearing the glacier again, faint, even at this distance, the same pulse, steady as breath. That's when the door opened. Wind didn't push it. It opened slow, careful, like someone was minding the hinge. A figure stood there, outlined against the gray. Myers' parka, empty sleeves hanging loose, face shadowed. He said one thing, voice calm, patient. "Medic, prepare containment." And behind him, dragging across the snow, was the body bag, whole again. He stood in the doorway without stepping in. The wind didn't move his coat, didn't touch his hair. Just the faint sound of fabric tightening, as if the air itself were holding him upright. The zipper on the body bag dragged behind him, tracing a thin black line through the snow, whispering open and closed in small, uncertain motions, like it was breathing on its own. Elise pressed herself against the far wall, whispering, "He's not frozen." Her voice barely carried. Tomas picked up the axe again, knuckles white but didn't move. My body refused to decide between fight or flee. I remember thinking, if he's real, I can treat him. If he's not, I can still speak. "Meyer." "Step inside." He tilted his head slightly, like he was hearing an echo from far away. Then he said, in perfect calm, "It's ready for recovery." The words sounded like they came from a recording, too clean, too steady. He looked past me at the floor where Tomas had torn the earlier bag apart. Only a faint smear of ice traced their outline. Elise clutched my sleeve. "Julia," she whispered, "it reformed." His boots left no wet marks. Tomas swung the axe. The blade went straight through him, through air. It stuck in the floor, humming. Meyer didn't react. He only looked at Tomas with a faint smile, and something about the expression, too still, too symmetrical, made my stomach drop. Elise screamed, "He's not solid!" But he turned to her then and said, "You left it open!" Every sound in the room stopped. Generator, wind, even the creak of the cabin. Silence so heavy it pressed in on the chest. Then the zipper on the bag began to open, slow but sure, its teeth parting one by one. The air grew warm, wet, like the inside of a breath. Tomas tried to yank the axe free, but it wouldn't budge. Elise backed toward the corner, whispering prayers. I knelt instinctively beside the bag, the medic reflex overriding everything else. Something in me needed to confirm the impossible. Something was alive inside. I pressed a hand against the nylon. A pulse met me, slow and enormous, as though the glacier's heart itself had lodged there. Then the zipper finished its line, and I saw what was inside. Not Morrow, not Meyer, not anyone. Just the shape of a body made of packed snow, compressed ice and black silt, perfectly molded like a cast. Its mouth was open, as if mid-breath. Its eyes, two hollow spaces reflected light without glass. I reached out before I could think. The instant my glove brushed it, the form exhaled. Warm vapor burst out, smelling of iron and old water. I stumbled back, coughing. The figure in the bag began to dissolve, melting inwards rather than out. The fabric deflated. folding in on itself until nothing remained but a puddle and the faint pattern of seams. Meyer watched without blinking. "It returns what we take," he said quietly. "It keeps balance." The words didn't sound like his. Each syllable had weight, slow and rounded, as if the glacier itself spoke through him. "You're not him!" He ripped the axe free, lunged, but Meyer was gone. No exit, no sound, just gone. The stove flickered out. The room dimmed to a faint blue glow coming through the cracks in the boards. Outside, the glacier pulsed again. Elise grabbed my wrist. "We can't stay! Julia, we can't!" But I also knew something older than fear kept me there. That hum beneath the floorboards. It had rhythm, calling. I opened the door. The storm had vanished. The whole valley lay under a pale, unnatural calm, the snow perfectly smooth as if polished. The black bag dragging itself along the surface, leaving a dark streak that didn't fill back in. Behind it, footprints appeared one by one, though no one walked there. Elise followed my gaze. "It's going back," she whispered, "to the source." Tomas cursed under his breath, threw the axe aside, and started down after it. I yelled for him to stop, but he didn't. He reached the ice edge, grabbed the bag's strap, and hauled. For one breath, he stood there, triumphant, shouting something I couldn't hear. Then the ice under him opened, smooth as a zipper sliding down. He dropped without a sound. The split sealed again, leaving nothing but a faint black line. Elise fell to her knees. "He's gone! It took him!" I should have gone to her. Instead, I stepped outside, onto the ice where the hum grew louder. I can't explain why. It wasn't courage, it was recognition. The glacier's breath matched my own. The pulse in my chest answered it. Elise's voice broke behind me. "Julia, please!" But I couldn't stop. The air shimmered faintly in front of me, like heat mirage over snow. Inside it, the faint outline of Meyer's face formed, eyes hollow, lips pale. He spoke one last time. It needed a medic. His figure blurred, dissolved, became part of the glacier again. The hum faded, the air stilled. Elise pulled me back to the cabin. We waited through the morning, afraid to move or sleep. When rescue finally arrived at midday, the icefall was silent, perfect. No trace of collapse, no crevasse, no bag, just a field of white stretching to the horizon. The team found 3 tents, 1 stove, 2 packs, and only 2 living crew members. They asked what happened to the others. When they evacuated us, I looked down from the helicopter. The glacier glittered in the sun. Just before it vanished from sight, I saw a black line across the ice, a long, perfect zipper slowly closing. My name is Elias Parr. I am a hydrology researcher working under the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. Most of my assignments involve monitoring river discharge patterns and subsurface flow in seasonal channels, places where water runs strong in spring but dries to cracked gravel by late August. This particular study, at the mouth of the dry river, was meant to be routine. It was a simple recalibration of sensors ahead of autumn rains. Nothing about it should have felt alive. The dry river is misnamed only half the year. In the melt months, its torrent carves through Mount Washington Valley like a white scar. But by September, it vanishes, leaving behind a riverbed of pale stones, ridged with mud and faintly warm from the sun. I have been walking that river mouth for 8 seasons now, long enough to know every ripple in its topography. It was too clean for that. The readings came from sensor D4, buried half a meter beneath the gravel line, positioned just before the confluence with the Saco. It was a simple device, the kind that transmits water pressure changes and subsurface vibration to a data logger. For 3 consecutive nights, the graph showed the same pattern, a wave of compression every 6 seconds, repeating without drift, a pulse, a heartbeat. I first dismissed it as resonance from the nearby highway bridge. Heavy trucks can cause cyclical vibration that travels surprisingly far underground. But the logger timestamps showed the signal persisting through the early hours, long after traffic drops to 0. On the 4th morning, I drove up before dawn to test it myself. The air carried that crisp, pre-autumn edge, the kind that smells faintly metallic along river gravel. The dry bed stretched ahead, dull silver in the morning light, pocked with pools no deeper than a boot heel. My field partner, Mara, was supposed to meet me by 8. I opened it, expecting maybe condensation in the wires or rodent damage. The screen blinked once before stabilizing into a readout I can still picture. Pulse detected. Sexta Rouault, 1006 interval. Amplitude, 0084 kPa. The gravel under my boots thrummed faintly. Not a sound, but a vibration you feel in bone more than ear. I pressed my palm against the ground. It answered. A dull, slow thud deep beneath the surface. The intervals were precise. Too regular to be random, too slow to be machinery. At 0746, Mara's SUV pulled up beside mine. She leaned out, brushing hair from her eyes. "You started early again," she said. "You'll end up finding ghosts before breakfast." I motioned her over without answering. When she crouched near the logger and placed her hand beside mine, I saw her expression change. "Is that seismic?" "No," I said quietly. "It's repeating. 6 seconds. It's like a pulse." She finished the thought for me, and the word felt wrong in the open air. There shouldn't have been anything beneath us to pulse. The groundwater table was too low this time of year. The old spring tunnels that fed the dry had long since collapsed. I tried to sound rational when I said, maybe an underground seep, trapped air pocket shifting pressure. Mara nodded, though her eyes stayed fixed on the gravel. "Then why can you feel it?" she murmured. We checked the auxiliary sensors. D1 through D3, all normal. Only D4, the deepest, caught the rhythmic change. I reset it, reburied the probe, and waited. The pattern reappeared instantly on the screen. Mara suggested we run a short GPR scan, ground-penetrating radar, to see if there was any cavity beneath. We only had a portable unit, meant for shallow mapping, but it was enough to show discontinuities. I dragged the sled across 10 meters of gravel while Mara monitored the feed. On the laptop, the line of sediment layers scrolled by in clean, predictable strata until a dip appeared. A hollow pocket, roughly oval, sitting 3 meters down. The radar bounced, blurred, and flattened again. Then, a faint flicker of movement registered inside the cavity. "Could be water," Mara said. But she didn't sound convinced. "Could be." I zoomed in. The anomaly had shape, something denser than air, lighter than stone, and it shifted between frames. I marked the coordinates and closed the scan. The pulse still thudded beneath us. We broke for lunch at the edge of the thicket. The insects had quieted. The air pressed close, as if the valley were holding its breath. When I glanced back toward the logger, I noticed the gravel had settled unevenly, forming a shallow depression right above where we'd scanned. It hadn't been there earlier. Mara was chewing a granola bar when she said, "You ever heard the local stories about this place?" I shrugged. "Only that it's named Dry River because a hurricane once washed it out completely." She nodded. "Yeah, but some folks say it wasn't a storm, that the river used to run year-round until something blocked it from below. They say it still moves down there, just not water anymore." "You sound like the hikers who think they hear church bells under Mount Lafayette." But as the afternoon light shifted and the pulse deepened, growing stronger, almost insistent. At 15,022, I ran one more diagnostic. The pressure reading spiked abruptly, nearly double amplitude. Then the logger cut out. The cables were intact, the battery full. It was as if something had overridden the signal entirely. Mara stepped closer to the center of the dry channel. She dug her fingers into the gravel. "The ground's hot! Elias, that's not normal!" I crouched beside her. The warmth was pulsing now, synchronized with the beat. The heat radiated in concentric rhythm, and if I focused long enough, I could swear the stone shifted imperceptibly with each surge. I straightened and backed away, forcing my voice steady. "We'll mark it for geologic review. Maybe a sinkhole forming. We'll rope it off." But even as I said it, the pulse grew louder, not in sound, but in feeling, drumming through the soles of my boots until my heartbeat tried to match it. When the wind came, it didn't bring relief. It carried the smell of wet silt, sharp and sudden, from a river that wasn't there. And beneath that dry gravel, something knocked once slow, deliberate, as if answering. Mara wanted to leave by late afternoon, but I convinced her to stay until dusk. If we logged a full 24-hour cycle, we could at least rule out diurnal temperature shifts or barometric interference. That's what I told her anyway. The real reason was harder to explain. I wanted to hear it again. The pulse. The light went flat, that colorless hour where shadow and air trade places. We set up a temporary monitoring station beside the thicket. The logger remained dead, so I wired a spare acoustic sensor directly into the ground. It was a crude setup, nothing more than a contact mic and a data relay, but the signal came through clearer than I expected. 6 seconds apart, exactly. Thud, thud, thud. Each one hit at roughly 42 decibels, low enough to be inaudible to the human ear, but strong enough to register as pressure waves. It wasn't random vibration. It carried harmonic decay, like sound through a living body. Mara sat cross-legged beside the equipment, rubbing her hands together for warmth. "Still think it's geological?" she asked. "Could be trapped gas in the sublayer," I said. "An aquifer collapse." "Elias," she interrupted, her voice level but quiet. "You feel that thing breathing?" The gravel under us rose and fell in shallow rhythm. The movement was so subtle I might have doubted it, except my water bottle rolled with each pulse. Mara's laptop screen flickered with microspikes, secondary tremors between the main beats, like double heart murmurs. We both stared at the screen as a new spike appeared, smaller, faster, just after the main rhythm. Then another, aligning itself. A twin pattern forming in sync, like something responding. "What's causing that?" "I don't know," I hesitated. "It's matching our baseline vibration." "Our what?" "Our presence," I said. "It's reading us. Our movement, our heat signature, maybe." She shook her head. "It's copying." The wind picked up along the valley, dragging a dry hiss through the alders. Loose gravel rattled. Somewhere upstream, a hollow pop echoed like air releasing from stone. The smell of wet earth returned, stronger now, even though the bed was still dry. At 18:07, the pulse deepened again. The amplitude doubled, and the gravel between us began to shift outward, forming faint rings. I recorded every value automatically, even as my own chest locked tight. Then, the monitor went flatline. The pulse vanished. For the first time all day, there was nothing. No vibration, no sound, no response. Only the silence of an emptied channel. Mara exhaled shakily. "We should go." We packed up in near silence, leaving the primary logger half buried. I told myself I'd retrieve it in the morning. The last light was gone by the time we reached the vehicles. When I opened my truck door, the air inside felt wrong, humid, heavy. The windshield fogged instantly. And in the fog, the condensation pattern trembled in pulses. Mara saw it too. Her voice barely rose above a whisper. "It's in the air now!" I didn't answer. We drove separately back down the access road. The gravel crunch beneath my tires carried the same rhythm, 6 seconds apart. The forest closed in around the headlights. Pine trunks slid by like dark columns. When I hit the first bend, I realized I could still feel it through the steering wheel. A faint knock under the tires, perfectly timed. At one point, I even tapped the wheel to test it. 3 beats later, something under the road tapped back. I left the truck running for light, downloaded the acoustic data, and backed it up twice. The files were corrupted. Every 6 seconds, a gap appeared, empty audio marked by pressure spike, as if something inside the frequency range had been cut out entirely. I replayed the clip, headphones on. Then, faintly below the interference, came something new. It wasn't a thud, it was a tone, a low, resonant hum, almost like breath filtered through distance. 6 seconds later, the same tone again. But this time, layered over it, a whisper. Not words. Just air moving as if to shape them. Even off-site, I didn't respond. I didn't want to admit it, but I did too. My pulse was sinking to something I couldn't hear anymore but could still sense, deep in the chest cavity, pressing from inside out. I tried to rationalize. Subsurface oscillation, auditory pareidolia, fatigue. But when I checked my smartwatch, the readout startled me. Heart rate 10 BPM slower than baseline. And steady, exactly 6-second intervals between beats. And then, faintly, from the direction of the riverbed, came one unmistakable sound, gravel shifting in long, deliberate waves. I don't remember deciding to go back. I just remember the drive, headlights bouncing off dirt and roots, pulse thrumming through the chassis. When I arrived at the mouth again, I killed the engine and listened. It was no longer just beneath the surface. It was moving, traveling slowly upstream like something dragging itself beneath the gravel. The pulse wasn't steady now. It was searching. I turned on my flashlight. The dry stones gleamed pale, each one trembling with microscopic movement. I crouched low, close enough to feel the heat rising from them again. It wasn't just warm, it was body temperature. The gravel at my feet shifted outward, as if something underneath was adjusting position. The pulse steadied once more. Then, from beneath the thin crust of stone, a single line cracked open, no wider than a finger, and exhaled a mist of condensation. It smelled like silt and copper. I stumbled back, heart hammering. The pulse skipped once, then matched me, perfectly, deliberately. That's when I realized it wasn't echoing the environment anymore. It was echoing me. I froze where I stood. The mist coiled over the gravel like thin breath, catching my flashlight beam in swirls. The pulse thudded again, slow, heavy, deliberate. Not underfoot anymore. Around me, through me. Every instinct screamed to get back to the truck, but my feet wouldn't move. I just listened. The next beat came faster, off rhythm, then steadied again. It felt like the thing beneath the surface was adjusting, tuning itself. I thought of the acoustic sensor, of how it had mimicked our movements earlier that day. Now it was narrowing focus, refining the match. When I finally turned toward the truck, the ground gave a faint sigh. The gravel behind me slumped inward, as though something large had withdrawn beneath it. Then the sound stopped altogether. Silence stretched until it felt like pressure. Even the night seemed suspended. No frogs, no wind, just the hum of my headlamp and my breathing. Then, in the distance, came a faint splash. Not from the dry river, but from the Saco, half a mile north. The air thickened as I neared the truck, carrying a smell that hit me in waves. Wet clay, decomposing leaves, iron. By the time I reached the cab, my boots were slick with mud. Except it hadn't rained. I started the engine and pulled onto the service road. The headlights swept over the riverbed one last time. The gravel looked undisturbed, pale and still. But just before I turned away, I saw it. The faint shimmer of movement beneath the stones, like something flexing once in the dark. Back at the field station, I found Mara sitting on the porch steps, staring into the woods. Her SUV was parked crooked in the lot, headlights still on. I heard it here. Her voice was flat. The ground behind the trailer moved, just once, like a wave rolling under it. I swallowed. How long ago? About 10 minutes. That lined up exactly with when the sound had stopped at the river mouth. Inside, we ran through our data again, desperate for something measurable. The readings were chaotic. Every file we'd logged that afternoon showed degradation, replaced by repeating static pulses that, when plotted, formed perfect sinusoidal waves. Each wave matched the amplitude pattern of my own heart rate over time. Mara's data showed a similar pattern, but the frequency was slightly different, as if whatever was beneath us was differentiating between us individually. We stared at the graphs until our eyes blurred. At 22,041, the power flickered. The lights dimmed, then surged. The ground beneath the trailer vibrated once, strong enough to rattle glass. That's it. I'm leaving tonight. I wanted to tell her she was right, but the need to understand anchored me. If it's migrating, we might be able to triangulate movement. Just one more set of readings. She didn't answer. She packed her bag, slung her coat on, and walked out. The pulse followed her for a few seconds, faint tremors under the floor, then settled again. Alone, the air felt heavier. The moon had risen, hanging low and pale over the ridge. Downstream, the dry bed shimmered faintly, reflecting light that shouldn't have been there. My instruments were all offline, but I didn't need them. My breath shortened until I was unconsciously matching tempo. Inhale 6 seconds, exhale 6. The human body adapts in strange ways. As I reached the bend, I saw movement. The gravel was shifting, not erupting, just undulating, as if the earth itself was breathing. It pulsed once, then withdrew deeper. I crouched near the edge, heart in my throat. The beat answered mine again, but this time it wasn't in sync. It was ahead. It anticipated the next thud before I felt it. Something clicked in the soil. A fracture sound, wet and close. The beam caught an opening no wider than my wrist, oozing faint vapor. The mist twisted in spirals, rhythmic, deliberate. The heartbeat came from inside it. I wanted to believe it was an air pocket collapsing, a phenomenon I could explain on paper. It was voice. Not words exactly, but structure. Pauses, rhythm, something like breathing given language. I froze, headphones clamped tight, pulse hammering as the noise formed into sequence. Ba, dum, ba, dum, ba. Pause. Then two soft clicks. Whatever it was, it understood pattern. It recognized the rhythm of communication. I whispered again, "What are you?" Silence stretched long enough to make me doubt myself. Then the ground beneath me shifted. Not a tremor, but a deliberate motion, like something large adjusting closer to the surface. And faintly, like a slow exhale dragged across water, came a word that almost wasn't a word at all, drawn out, incomplete, but clear enough to paralyze me. Ver. I ripped the headphones off. The mist surged outward, and the ground cracked beneath my knees. I stumbled backward as the entire section of gravel sank a few inches, dust pluming upward. Then, as suddenly as it began, the motion stopped. The mist thinned. The air fell still. The pulse was gone. I stood there, chest heaving, until I realized my own heartbeat was racing. Fast, irregular. It didn't match the 6-second rhythm anymore. Whatever had mirrored me had let go. The last thing I saw before turning back toward the road was a single wet spot in the center of the dry bed, dark and circular, expanding outward in slow, steady rings. Like ripples. Like the beginning of water returning. By dawn, fog covered the valley floor like gauze. The dry river looked whole again, silver mist flowing where water should have been. I hadn't slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that voice, that drawn-out half-word echoing from the ground itself. Ver. Mara hadn't checked in. Her absence pressed on me like an ache I couldn't shake. I tried her phone. Straight to voicemail. She lived less than an hour away, but something told me not to drive after her. Not yet. The pulse hadn't vanished. It had moved. I returned to the river mouth at first light, expecting silence. Instead, the logger dead the night before was blinking. The small green LED pulsed in rhythm, 6 seconds on, 6 seconds off. The cables were slick with condensation. The air smelled wrong again, that wet metallic tang of something newly exposed. When I crouched to wipe the box clean, my gloves came away stained with a faint red film. Not rust. It smelled of iron, but fresh, organic. I set the gloves aside. The logger's display had frozen on a single line of data. Flow detected. The gauge read full channel saturation, yet the bed before me was bone dry. The only motion came from the fog curling low over the stones. Still, the numbers didn't lie, or they didn't used to. The ground shifted underfoot, faint and steady, like something moving deep below. For a moment, I thought I saw ripples forming between the rocks. The fog was condensing, not rising. Drops gathered on the gravel, merging into threads that glimmered faintly and vanished again. It wasn't water as I knew it. The stones were sweating. I lifted the logger and turned toward the truck, intending to leave, to report what I could. But a sound stopped me. A distant voice, faint but distinct. It came from downriver. Elias? Yet the voice was unmistakable. Her tone, her sharp vowels, the quiet edge of disbelief she always carried when she found something strange in the data. Elias, she called again, closer this time. Come here, you need to see this. The rational part of me screamed to stop, to test it first. Voices carry oddly in valleys, but something about the way she said it, the cadence, perfectly even, 6 seconds apart, drew me forward anyway. The fog thickened with every step. Visibility dropped to less than 10 feet. The stones beneath me were damp now, slick enough to slide. The pulse vibrated through them, sinking to my steps. Mara? I called out. Then, softly, here. The sound came from just ahead, near the bend where the gravel shelf dropped off toward the confluence. I edged closer, flashlight trembling, catching flashes of motion in the fog. A silhouette stood by the river's curve, still and patient. "Mara," I said again. The figure turned, or seemed to. The outline didn't quite hold. The edges bled into the mist. I took another step. The pulse surged, hard enough that the gravel beneath me rippled. The ground wasn't solid anymore. It flexed with each beat, like a drum of wet skin. My boots sank slightly, half an inch at a time. The shape ahead raised an arm, pointing down toward the gravel at her feet. "Look, I did!" And I saw the impossible. Water, or something like it, was seeping upward through the stones, not from below but from between them, as if the air itself was condensing into liquid. It pulsed with the rhythm we'd recorded all day, flowing in and out of the ground with perfect control. "It's alive!" she said. I looked up, ready to ask how she'd found this, how she'd returned, but the words died in my throat. The fog thinned just enough for my light to catch her face, or what should have been her face. It was pale, the color of river silt, eyes unfocused, lips barely moving. Beneath her skin, faint lines pulsed, dark threads shifting like veins filled with something thicker than blood. "Mara," I whispered. She smiled, slow and wrong. "It's not beneath us anymore," she said. "It's everywhere now." Not violently, just a sudden, synchronized ripple rolling through the entire bed. The stones lifted fractionally, suspended, then settled again. The pulse thundered once, deep enough to make my vision blur. What remained was the sound, her voice still calling my name, fragmented, looping every 6 seconds, like playback from a recording that would never stop. I stumbled backward, nearly falling as the gravel shifted under me. The logger in my hands flashed bright red. Saturation. Exceed. The pulse reached a crescendo, then steadied again, calmer, slower. And then the fog began to move upstream, against the wind, against gravity. I ran. I don't remember the drive out, just the headlights strobing through trees and that low hum echoing through the truck's frame. When I reached the main road, I kept going until I hit cell signal. No one answered from the department office. The emergency line connected but stayed silent on the other end. By noon, I was back in town, sitting in the diner parking lot, still hearing it. The pulse hadn't stopped. It had simply moved inside me. Every 6 seconds, my chest tightened, not pain, but resonance. I could feel it matching me again, tuning, adjusting. When I pressed a finger to my wrist, I couldn't find my own heartbeat anymore. Just that one steady, slow, patient. I called the station once more, left a message I barely remember recording. Something about needing to shut down the Dry River Array, about not digging there again. But sometimes, when it rains, I hear it through the drain pipes in the gutters. A rhythm rising beneath the sound of falling water, deep and slow. And when I listen long enough, I can tell it isn't just in the rivers anymore. It's beneath the roads, the houses, even the heartbeat in my chest. It was only waiting to remember how to flow. My name is Noel Brandt. I am a solo thru-hiker based out of Fort Collins, Colorado, and I've spent most of my adult life moving through wilderness routes on foot. In September 2023, I set out to finish a final segment of the Continental Divide Trail, an unfinished promise I'd made to myself 2 years earlier, before a knee injury forced me off the path. My goal was simple: cross Iron Creek, divide before the first snowfall. I reached the trailhead around noon, under a pale blue sky cut by high cirrus clouds. The ranger station was closed for the season, and the parking lot was empty except for my hatchback and an old Subaru with a cracked windshield. The posted weather forecast predicted calm winds, temperatures in the low 40s at night, and no storms for 72 hours. Ideal conditions. Iron Creek Divide isn't famous, even among backpackers. It's a quiet, high saddle pass tucked between Mount Auden and a nameless sub-peak, accessible only by a narrow, switchbacking trail that gains almost 4,000 feet in under 7 miles. By late afternoon, the trail thinned into tundra. The air sharpened, and each breath felt clean enough to sting. I passed treeline, where the Crumholes pines gave way to open rock and wind-scoured grass. The ridge appeared ahead, a long gray spine cutting through the horizon. My legs were trembling from the climb, but it felt good to be back in that rhythm. The sound of my own breath sinking with the drag of trekking poles, the crunch of gravel under boot soles, the way silence seemed to absorb the world the higher I went. I reached the divide at dusk. There were no other tents, no footprints except my own. The slope dropped sharply to the west, and below it, Iron Creek glimmered like a silver thread winding through the valley. The sun went down fast. Within minutes, the ridge turned to shadow. I pitched my tent near a low shelf of rock that offered partial wind protection, staked the lines, and crawled inside as the first gust swept across. The night was still young when I heard it, the wind changing tone. It shifted from a steady rush to something uneven, almost like breathing through a cracked reed. The fabric of the tent trembled, then settled. I turned off my headlamp, listening. The ridge was supposed to be barren, no trees to creak, no animals large enough to make that kind of sound. I told myself it was nothing, just the altitude playing tricks. At nearly 12,000 feet, the brain can misinterpret noises. I zipped my sleeping bag to my chin and tried to sleep. Around midnight, the temperature dropped sharply. My watch read 31 F. The wind had calmed completely, which was strange for that elevation. In the sudden quiet, I became aware of another sound, a faint, dry scraping, like fabric against nylon. It came from outside the tent wall, near the vestibule. I froze, every muscle coiled. The noise stopped, then returned, slower this time. Something, or someone, was brushing against my tent. I reached for my headlamp and flicked it on. The beam lit up the inner walls in dull gray. No movement, just the ripple of condensation. I unzipped the vestibule flap a few inches and shone the light out into the dark. Nothing. The slope was empty. My trekking poles were where I left them, planted upright in the scree. My food bag hung from a rock hook, untouched. The only sound was my own breathing. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had shifted around me. The air had that electric pressure it gets before lightning, except the sky above was perfectly clear, spattered with stars, bright enough to paint the ridge in silver. I sat there for a while, light off, staring through the open flap. The valley below was black except for a faint glimmer where Iron Creek wound through. I watched until my eyelids sagged. When I finally lay back down, the scraping sound didn't return. It was the cold that woke me again, not noise. My phone said 4,000 a.m. I drifted in and out for a few hours, too alert to rest. I decided to start early. Sunrise on the divide would be worth the loss of sleep. When I crawled out of the tent, the sky was a deep pre-dawn blue. My breath clouded in the beam of my headlamp. I stretched, stamped my boots, and turned toward the edge of the ridge. Then I stopped. There were two more tents. Both were pitched about 15 yards from mine. One to the north, one to the south, low, dome-shaped, backlit faintly by starlight. I hadn't heard a single footstep, no zippers, no voices, no sign of anyone climbing up during the night. The trail leading to the ridge was steep and exposed. I would have noticed headlamps. For a long moment I just stood there, watching. The nylon on both tents was a pale, almost metallic color, not any brand I recognized. No movement inside, no gear outside either, no packs, no boots, no cook stoves. Just the tents, placed with eerie precision, their doors facing mine. I whispered, "Hello?" But my voice felt too loud, like it didn't belong up there. The sound vanished into the air. A dozen explanations passed through my mind. Late-night climbers, cross-trail hikers, someone who'd lost the lower campsite. But every one of those should have made noise, left prints, disturbed something. The ground was soft enough that even my own boot tracks still held shape in the frost. I walked a few steps closer to the first tent, then stopped again. A faint smell drifted up cold metal, like blood or iron. It might have been the ridge itself, or my imagination, or something else entirely. The wind picked up again, and the nylon rustled. I waited for a voice, for any sign of life from inside those tents. There was none. That was when I realized something worse than fear. I wasn't sure anymore if those tents had fabric at all. From that distance, they seemed to shimmer, the outlines too thin to hold shape against the wind. I stepped back, heart thudding hard enough that it made the headlamp beam tremble. My own tent behind me looked small, suddenly fragile. The ridge felt different now, wrongly crowded, as though the air itself had filled with strangers. And then, just before the first trace of sunrise reached the horizon, one of the tents moved. At first I thought it was a trick of the light. The pale fabric seemed to ripple, like thin ice cracking under pressure. Then the whole shape swayed, slowly, deliberately, as if something inside had shifted its weight. I took another step back, keeping my headlamp trained on it. A gust of wind rose from the valley and blew across the ridge, but the tents didn't react to it. Not a flap or a sway, only the faint shimmer, like heat mirage, pulsing at their edges. My pulse hammered in my neck. Every instinct screamed to pack up and move. But the trail down to Iron Creek was narrow, and if I lost footing in the dark, there'd be no rescue team until late afternoon. I decided to wait until sunrise, just one more hour. Maybe their tents reflected the light weirdly. Maybe they'd reached the ridge quietly, wanting solitude like I did. But then I noticed something impossible, the smell. It had grown stronger since before, sharp, metallic, unmistakable, like wet iron heating on a stove. It coated my tongue, making each breath taste faintly of rust. I pulled my buff over my mouth and listened. The ridge had gone dead quiet again. No wind, no settling gravel, no night insects. Even at 12,000 feet, there should have been some sound, however faint. Instead, there was only that awful stillness, heavy and unnatural. I couldn't lie still. I unzipped the fly again, barely enough to see through. The tents were closer. I was sure of it. The nearest one now sat maybe 10 yards away, angled differently than before, its entrance still facing me. There was no sound of movement, no footprints between us. Just the cold air, shimmering faintly where the light of the moon hit frost. Something brushed my shoulder from behind. I spun, heart leaping, but it was only the fabric of my own tent wall moving slightly. Still, my whole body trembled. I pressed both hands to my knees, trying to breathe through the panic. I had a flare in my pack. One of those compact emergency cylinders that burns red for 3 minutes. I considered lighting it, if only to prove to myself that I wasn't dreaming, but I didn't. Not yet. The flare would kill my night vision, and if there were people out there, startling them on a narrow ridge could go bad fast. Instead, I switched my lamp back on and aimed it directly at the nearest tent. There was no reflection, no fabric, no shadow inside, just empty air. For a fraction of a second, I could see the shape distort, as if the tent were folding inward on itself. Then it was gone. Not blown away, not collapsed. Gone. The second tent remained, solid and motionless. I stumbled out, nearly falling on the uneven ground, scanning the ridge wildly. The frost shimmered under the lamplight, undisturbed. No prints, no tracks. My breath fogged white in the beam. I whispered again. "Hello? Who's there?" But the words didn't seem to travel. They fell flat, swallowed by the thin air. The other tent didn't move. Part of me wanted to run downhill, anywhere, but a deeper instinct held me in place. The trail was treacherous in darkness, and I'd seen what happened to hikers who moved too soon, too tired, too panicked. I forced myself to kneel, repacked my bag, and waited for light. Dawn finally came slow, leaking through the east like watercolor. The sky turned violet, then gold. The world brightened, and I saw everything clearly at last. My tent, my boot prints, the rock shelf, nothing else. Both of the other tents were gone, not a scrap of nylon, not a broken stake, no depressions in the frost where they'd stood. I told myself it was fatigue, a hallucination from lack of oxygen maybe. The rational explanations stacked neatly in my head, but none of them stayed upright. I boiled water for coffee anyway, because that's what you do out there. You follow routine. Keep your hands busy until the mind follows. The hiss of the stove was comforting, almost human in its steadiness. When I finally turned it off, the sound faded and something else replaced it. A faint hiss matching the rhythm of my breath. I looked up. Across the ridge, on the opposite slope, there were impressions in the frost. Not footprints. More like long, oval depressions, almost symmetrical. They led in a curved line toward where the second tent had been. I followed them with my eyes, tracing the path until it disappeared near the drop-off. I went closer, step by step, careful not to disturb them. Each mark was about the size of a hand, but too deep, pressed with more weight than a human could make without sinking completely. They stopped at the edge of the ridge. Beyond that, only the valley and the thin silver ribbon of Iron Creek below. Slow, steady, deep, like air moving through hollow stone. I dropped to my knees and pressed my palm against the frozen earth. The vibration was faint, almost imagined, but it was there. Not random, not wind. A pattern, repeating every few seconds. I stood and stumbled back, every nerve screaming that I shouldn't be there. My pack was half zipped, but I slung it on anyway. I didn't look back as I started down the slope. The trail blurred under my boots, switchbacks melting into each other as the sun climbed higher. It wasn't until I reached treeline that I stopped to breathe. The ridge was distant now, a thin scar across the sky. I should have felt relief. But as I stood there, listening to the wind through the pines, I realized something was still wrong. The sound hadn't stayed on the ridge. It was following me, low, rhythmic, and steady as a heartbeat. The further I descended, the less natural the sound became. It wasn't echoing like wind against rock anymore. It was closer, dull, weighted, pulsing through the ground beneath my boots. I stopped several times, crouching low, pressing my gloved hand to the dirt, convincing myself I was imagining it. But the beat remained. Slow, regular. Always a few steps behind me, as though the mountain itself was breathing down my neck. I told myself it could be runoff water. Iron Creek had carved out strange cavities under the ridge over millennia. Maybe meltwater was forcing air through those spaces, creating that strange resonance. But the air was dry, the frost untouched, and when I finally reached the first patches of stunted spruce, the noise still hadn't stopped. By then, the sun had climbed high enough to dull the ridge behind me into pale gray. I tried to convince myself the night had just unsettled me, that the shapes, the shimmer, the smell, all of it were tricks of exhaustion and altitude. Yet the world around me didn't feel lighter with morning. No jays, no chipmunks, not even wind through the pine needles. Only that faint pulse in the dirt and the weight of air pressing down, as though the day itself wanted me gone. I kept moving, counting steps. Every 100 yards I'd stop, listen, hear nothing. And then the heartbeat would return, muffled, persistent. I began talking out loud just to hear another voice, even my own. "You're fine," I muttered. "You're overtired. Keep going." My voice sounded strange, like it came from further away than my body. At mile 6, I reached the switchback overlooking Iron Creek. The stream glinted below, narrower than I remembered from the topo map. I decided to refill my bottles before heading to the trailhead. I slid down through scree and grass, careful with footing, until I reached the creek bed. The water there ran clear and shallow between rust-colored stones, the reason for its name. Then I noticed something that made my stomach turn. The surface of the water wasn't rippling right. It should have flowed smooth and fast in the narrowing bend, but instead it trembled in slow, uneven waves. I stared, trying to find the source. A stone? An eddy? But the pattern didn't match the current, match the rhythm in the ground. Every few seconds, the stream bulged slightly, as if pushed upward from below. I stumbled backward, slipping on wet rock. My knee hit the gravel hard, but I barely felt it. My mind scrambled for rationality. Air bubbles from underground, frozen mud pockets releasing pressure, seismic activity. But none of those explanations could move water like that. So steady, so deliberate. I forced myself to stand and step closer again. The pulse continued. The water lifted, fell, and beneath the glassy surface, the stones seemed to quiver. I bent down, squinting. They weren't stones, not all of them. Some were rounder, smoother, lined faintly with cracks, like fingernails pressed into the silt. I jerked back. My pack caught on a root and tore loose, spilling gear. The noise that came out of me wasn't a scream, more like a choked gasp. I only grabbed the essentials: GPS, phone, one water bottle, and started uphill, half crawling, half running. The pulse grew stronger as I climbed. I could feel it in my calves, vibrating through the soles of my boots. When I finally looked back at the creek, the surface was still again. The air shifted then, carrying that smell again, the cold tang of metal and something faintly organic underneath, like wet earth after a storm. I turned toward it. Up the slope, maybe 50 yards above, something moved between the pines. It wasn't a person. I knew that immediately. The movement was too fluid, too quiet. A tall, pale shape gliding in a straight line between trunks, almost translucent in the sunlight. It didn't break twigs or bend brush. It simply passed through the gaps as though the forest were water. I ducked behind a boulder and killed my headlamp out of habit, though it was daylight now. My hands were shaking so hard I could hear the fabric of my gloves rasping together. I waited, eyes fixed on the slope. The shape stopped. For a moment, I thought it had turned toward me. The air thickened, heavy as glass. Then I realized what I was seeing, just faintly through the trees, barely visible against the light. 3 shapes now, all still, all facing downslope. The same number of tents. My body locked. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The pulse in the earth beat faster, sinking with my heart until I couldn't tell which was mine. The 3 figures didn't come closer, but I could feel their presence as plainly as heat from a campfire, steady, watching. I don't know how long I stayed crouched there. Time stretched and folded until the light changed. A wind rose from the valley, breaking the trance. When I looked again, the slope was empty. The shapes were gone. That was enough. I turned and kept moving, faster than before, half limping on the bruised knee. The trail widened near the lower switchbacks, and I could see the distant parking area glinting through the trees. Civilization! Just a few miles! I told myself if I could reach the car, it would all end there. But as I descended the final mile, the forest floor began to vibrate again. The rhythm returned, not through the ground this time, but through the air low, almost subsonic, like thunder too far away to hear clearly but close enough to feel in your bones. The trees began to sway against no wind. A fine dust rose from the trail, shimmering faintly in the sunlight. I ran then, stumbling through roots and loose dirt, ignoring the pain in my knee. When the trail finally leveled and the forest opened to the clearing, I saw my car exactly where I left it. Relief hit me so hard I almost collapsed. I threw my pack inside, slammed the door, and twisted the ignition. But just before I drove off, I glanced into the rearview mirror and froze. On the ridge far above Iron Creek, 3 tiny points of white still stood in the sunlight, exactly where my tent had been. I couldn't move. My hands stayed frozen on the steering wheel, eyes locked on those 3 pale specks high on the ridge. They weren't tents now, not really. Just silhouettes where light refused to fall, faint and steady against the brightening sky. Even at that distance, I knew they were facing me, watching. The air inside the car felt thin. I forced a breath, slammed the gear into reverse, and spun the tires on the gravel before straightening downhill toward the forest road. The sound of the engine should have comforted me, but it only made things worse. Beneath its low growl, I could still hear it. That faint pulse, buried deeper than sound, pressing through the ground and up through the frame of the car. The dirt road twisted between the trees for 8 miles before connecting to the highway. I'd driven it once the day before, calm and confident, noting every rut and curve. Now it felt endless. I kept glancing in the mirror, expecting to see movement behind me. The ridge vanished from view, but the pressure in the air didn't lift. It followed, keeping perfect time with my heartbeat. About halfway down, the forest thinned, and the sunlight broke through again. That should have been the moment everything returned to normal, the rational world reclaiming me. But then I noticed something new. Condensation on the inside of the windshield. 3 faint handprints, spaced evenly across the glass, smeared as if dragged downward from above. I slammed on the brakes so hard the tires locked. The car jolted to a stop, dust swirling around me. My pulse hammered in my throat, and the world narrowed to the marks in front of me. Fresh, human-sized, the streaks still wet. I reached out with trembling fingers and touched one. Cold. Metallic. I wiped the glass with my sleeve, half expecting the prints to vanish, but they didn't. The moisture only smeared into thin streaks, leaving faint outlines behind. My mind grasped for sense condensation from my breath, a trick of temperature. But it was mid-morning, and the car was warm inside. I started driving again, faster this time. The switchbacks blurred. Every corner looked the same. Dark trees, flashes of creek, walls of granite flashing by too close. Then, just before the final bend that dropped into the lower canyon, something stepped out from the trees onto the road. I hit the brakes and swerved, tires skidding through gravel. The car fishtailed and came to a hard stop inches from the slope's edge. Dust clouded the windshield. For a moment, I couldn't see anything. When it cleared, the figure was gone. The road ahead was empty, silent except for the ticking of the cooling engine. I sat there gripping the wheel, shaking so hard I could hear the fabric of my jacket rubbing against the seat. The pulse had stopped, completely. That silence was somehow worse. I forced myself to move. First gear. Slow. The same station I'd passed yesterday, still boarded for the off-season. Windows shuttered, flagpole bare. But there was another car now, the old Subaru. Its windshield was cracked, just as I remembered. But frost had bloomed across the inside, pale and white like veins spreading through glass. The driver's door hung open. The wind was still, the forest around me hushed. No birds, no river sound. I called out, voice echoing off the empty building. No answer. I approached the Subaru slowly. The frost inside shimmered faintly, catching the sunlight in strange metallic hues. When I leaned closer, I saw the pattern wasn't random. It was circular, almost like fingerprints overlapping again and again, pressed from the inside out. There was something else on the passenger seat. A folded map, stained dark at the creases. Next to the trailhead, scrawled in shaky handwriting, was a date, September 14, 2022. A year before my trip. And below that, 3 words, do not camp. My vision tunneled. I dropped the map and backed away, tripping over the gravel. The air grew heavy again, filled with that subtle vibration I now recognized instinctively. It wasn't through the ground this time. It was coming from the trees themselves, faint, hollow, as if something vast was breathing through their trunks. I ran back to my car, slammed the door, and drove. The tires kicked up dust that hung like fog behind me. The farther I got from the mountains, the quieter it became. By the time I hit the highway, the vibration had faded entirely. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station outside Dillon. I sat there for nearly an hour, hands gripping the steering wheel, engine still running. When I finally stepped out, the smell of iron clung to my clothes. I scrubbed my palms against the concrete curb until they burned, trying to get it off. That night, at a roadside motel, I replayed every minute. I pulled up my phone's GPS log to check my route. The coordinates were all there, except one. Between 4017 a.m. and 5003 a.m., the track line disappeared. The data resumed lower down the ridge, as if I'd skipped half a mile in the middle of the night. I never went back to Iron Creek Divide. But a month later, while sorting my photos, I found one I didn't remember taking. It was the first image in the folder, timestamped 4116 a.m. The frame was angled upward, as if I'd set the camera on the ground. My tent filled the lower half of the shot, pale and backlit by stars. And behind it, on the ridge, were 3 more tents lined in perfect symmetry. Only this time, the one in the middle was mine, unlit, door half, open, empty. I don't hike alone anymore. But sometimes, when I camp with others, I wake to the faint smell of metal in the air and the feeling of the ground gently pulsing beneath my sleeping bag, steady, rhythmic, patient. As if something buried beneath Iron Creek Divide never stopped breathing. My name is Morgan Keats. I work as an environmental surveyor for the Arkansas Department of Natural Resources. Most of my assignments take me into quiet, half-forgotten corners of the Ozarks. Places where county lines blur and old roads buckle under vines. Stillwater Hollow was supposed to be a quick overnight stop. I was mapping a series of flood-prone areas near the White River, checking the stability of small bridges that hadn't been inspected in years. That morning, I'd left the town of Mountain View before sunrise with my work truck loaded down waders, tripod, drone, and a week's worth of mosquito repellent. I followed County Road 56 until the pavement gave up and turned to gravel. By noon, the clouds had closed in, turning the whole valley the color of pewter. My phone's signal dropped to 1 bar, then none. The GPS arrow froze and stayed that way. Stillwater Hollow sat in a depression of forest and farmland that looked abandoned from above. Patches of cattails and flooded ditches, and a narrow wooden bridge that crossed what used to be a stream. Locals said the road had washed out years ago, but on the county's map it still existed, like a ghost limb. My job was to record its condition. Nothing more. I parked beside the bridge and stepped out. The air had that thick, sweet smell right before heavy rain. The creek below was swollen and slow, dragging leaves in circles around a half, submerged tire. When I crossed to the center of the bridge, it creaked under my weight, boards bending slightly. Everything around me was still. No insects, no birds. Even the breeze seemed to stop halfway through the hollow, as if waiting. I set up my camera to take photos from different angles and wrote notes on the structure. Severe rot at West Truss. Soil erosion on both banks. Recommend closure. The standard report language. The sort of phrasing that kept me detached from what I was actually standing on. a piece of wood and rust suspended over water that could swallow a person whole. By late afternoon, thunder rolled somewhere to the north. I decided to camp nearby, instead of risking the drive out on muddy roads. I found a small patch of dry ground uphill, from the bridge where the grass grew thin among the sycamores. I unpacked my tarp and sleeping bag, built a small ring of stones, and lit a campfire. The orange light bounced off the wet trunks, making the forest look deeper than it was. I checked my phone again. Still no service. The rain began about an hour later, steady at first, then pouring. The fire hissed and sputtered, smoke twisting into the damp air. I threw a poncho over my pack and retreated under the tarp, watching the creek rise inch by inch. In less than an hour, the water had swallowed the lower banks, then reached the edge of the bridge. The road back to town was already under a few inches of runoff. By the time I realized how fast the flood was building, it was too late. I was trapped, cut off from both sides by moving water that looked slow, but carried whole branches beneath its surface. I told myself it was fine. I'd wait it out, light a new fire when the rain eased. It wasn't the first time I'd spent an unexpected night in the field, but the sound of rushing water kept changing pitch, like it was breathing. Every few minutes there'd be a deeper, slower pulse that made the ground tremble. When the rain finally let up near midnight, the forest didn't go quiet. Instead, it grew heavier with sound. The dripping, the distant slosh, and something else, like faint footsteps through wet grass. I leaned closer to the fire, coaxing the flame higher. My boots and jeans steamed. That was when I noticed the prints. At first, I thought they were mine. Barely visible in the mud just beyond the firelight. Shallow impressions, toe marks pointing uphill. But when I crouched closer, my stomach tightened. They were fresh. The edges were sharp, water still pooling inside them, and they led from the flooded bridge straight toward my camp. No returning trail. There was no one else out there. No vehicles. No light from a farmhouse, nothing. I hadn't heard a single voice since noon. The prints stopped a few feet short of my tarp, like whoever made them had paused just beyond the light. I stood there too long, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was runoff from my own boots. I told myself. Maybe I'd walked around more remembered before the rain hit. But the stride length wasn't right. Longer, heavier. The spacing was wrong. I glanced toward the bridge, expecting to see movement or reflection, but the water had risen high enough to hide the road deck completely. Only the tops of the railings showed, like ribs breaking the surface of a pond. I stoked the fire higher and stayed awake until dawn. Every few minutes, I thought I heard something shuffle near the edge of camp. A stick breaking, the squelch of mud giving way. But the moment I turned, it was gone. When morning came, the forest looked pale and washed out. Mist hung low over the flooded creek. I walked down to the bridge carefully, boots sinking into the muck. The footprints were still there, only now they were clearer in daylight. I counted 7 before the mud merged into the water. The toes were narrow and human, but the spacing between steps was off, like someone walking with uneven legs or wading through deeper water. I followed the trail backward toward the waterline until the last print disappeared beneath the surface. There was no sign of anyone crossing from the other side. No debris, no raft, nothing. The creek was still rising, but slower now. I took photos for documentation, even though I didn't know why. Some part of me wanted proof that I hadn't imagined it. that the prints were real, that someone had come from the water. By midday, the rain returned in bursts, drumming the tarp. I wrote a note in my field journal. Still water, hollow, bridge unstable. Flash flood active. Unexplained human tracks observed, origin unknown. I stopped myself from writing more. I didn't want to sound unprofessional or paranoid. Around dusk, the wind shifted. Smoke from the fire blew toward the creek, curling low before vanishing. The smell changed too, faintly metallic, like iron or wet pennies. I thought maybe something had died in the flood. A deer or livestock swept downstream. But then the wind brought something else, a rhythm under the water's noise. 2 beats, pause, 2 beats again. Not thunder, not branches, footsteps. I moved to the edge of the hill and looked down. The bridge was mostly submerged now, but just visible beneath the surface. Ripples spread across it, concentric circles forming and fading. Then I saw them again. New footprints, darker than the surrounding mud, pressing into the submerged wood, as though the weight of something unseen was moving along the bridge toward shore. Step after step. Water displaced just enough to shimmer. I could hear the faint suction of mud releasing under each print. They stopped halfway across. The air went still. My skin prickled with cold. I backed away to the fire and grabbed my flashlight. Its beam caught only mist and rain. I wanted to call out, ask if someone needed help, but the words caught in my throat. If it was someone, they shouldn't have been able to stand there. The current alone would have knocked a person off their feet. When I blinked, the prints were gone. The surface rippled once, then flattened, leaving only reflection. I didn't sleep that night. Every sound felt personal, directed at me. The drip from the tarp, the rustle in the reeds, the distant moan of water against the old timbers. I started counting seconds between noises, just to stay anchored. Somewhere near 3 in the morning, the fire died down to embers. I told myself I'd leave at first light, no matter how deep the water was. But dawn never really came. Just a pale gray that settled over everything. The mist had thickened to the point where the world stopped 30 feet from where I stood. Then came the smell again. Stronger now, sharp and sour. I turned toward the creek, and through the fog I saw movement. Not a shape exactly, but the way fog parts when something passes through it. The space it left filled again too slowly. I took a step back. The mud behind me gave way with a soft, sucking sound. Another footprint appeared, this time right beside mine. And that's when I finally realized I wasn't waiting out the flood. Something else was. The footprint beside mine filled slowly with water, as if something had just stepped there and moved on. The mud quivered for a moment, then stilled. I froze, holding my breath, waiting for a sound that never came. The fog was so thick it swallowed the color of everything. The firelight, the trees, even the shape of the bridge below. I clicked on my flashlight, but its beam hit a gray wall of mist barely 6 feet ahead. Beyond that was nothing. Hello. My voice came out smaller than I meant. It didn't echo. The fog seemed to absorb the sound. If someone's out there. Something splashed in response. Not far. A quick, single plunge, like a boot breaking surface tension. Then silence again. I turned slowly, sweeping the beam of the flashlight across the camp. My truck was half hidden under the trees, beads of rain clinging to the metal. The flood had crept higher during the night. The tires were nearly half submerged. There was no way I'd make it through without stalling. The mud squelched behind me. 2 steps, deliberate. I swung the light toward it, pulse hammering. Nothing. Only fog shifting in lazy curls. I backed toward the fire ring, sparks jumping from damp wood as I fed it another branch. The flame caught reluctantly, light bleeding into the fog in an uneven halo. For a moment I could almost believe I was alone again. Then I saw them, the footprints. A new set. They began near the bridge, faint at first where the mud was wetter, then clearer as they climbed the slope toward me. Each one fresh, edges sharp, a small pool of brown water shimmering inside. They stopped only a few yards away from where I stood, as if whoever, or whatever, made them had paused to watch. I counted 13 before they faded into the darker soil near my tarp. The ground was untouched beyond that, smooth and unbroken. I told myself I was imagining things, that it was runoff forming shapes. But my own tracks were older, smudged by the rain, while these were pristine. The smell of iron drifted up again, cutting through the smoke. My stomach turned. I crouched down, shining the flashlight along the trail. The prints weren't uniform. Some dug deeper than others, like weight shifting forward unnaturally, heel barely touching. Whoever had walked that path hadn't moved right. I forced myself to stand, backing toward the tarp. The mist thickened, and my ears popped, pressure dropping fast, as if a storm was about to break. Only it didn't. The air just held, dense and breathless. Then, through the fog, I heard something new. Slow, wet dragging sound coming from the direction of the bridge. Not footsteps this time. More like something being pulled through mud. A steady rhythm, close enough to feel in my ribs. I raised the flashlight again, hand shaking. The beam flickered across the mist until it caught the faint shimmer of water. The bridge was gone, completely submerged. But the dragging continued, low and deliberate, crossing where the bridge had been, moving toward land. I could see ripples forming in the floodwater, spreading outward in even intervals. The sound got louder, closer. I grabbed my pack and shoved my field notebook inside. My first instinct was to climb, get higher ground, reach the ridge. But when I turned uphill, the fog was already closing in. That way fog shouldn't thick from the top down, rolling toward me as though following the contour of my breath. The dragging stopped. For a heartbeat, all I heard was my pulse. Then came a new sound. A whisper, not words, just the rhythm of one. A human cadence, just outside the range of understanding. It was coming from the fog, from somewhere near the prints. I knew that voice. It was mine. I staggered backward, scanning wildly for a shape. Anything. The sound repeated. A breath, a faint imitation of my own voice, matching the same pitch and tone I'd just used to call out. "Hello," it said. I felt my skin crawl. The echo wasn't delayed like a normal one. It arrived before my breath finished. I dropped the flashlight. The beam rolled over the ground and stopped against something pale, just beyond the firelight. A knuckle of bone, white wood, or maybe a hand-sized stone. I couldn't tell. When I took a step toward it, it sank slightly into the mud and vanished beneath the surface. I didn't wait to see more. I grabbed my gear, slung the pack across my shoulders, and started uphill toward the ridge. My boots slipped on the wet slope, mud sucking at each step. The trees blurred together in the fog. Elm, sycamore, oak, all stripped of color. I followed what I hoped was the high ground, angling away from the water. But after 10 minutes of climbing, I stumbled into something that made my stomach drop. The bridge. It shouldn't have been there. I'd been heading away from the creek. Yet the same shape emerged from the fog ahead. half-submerged railing, the same floodwater flowing beneath. I stopped, chest heaving. Either I'd circled back without realizing, or the landscape itself had folded around me. My footprints were visible again in the mud, but they ran both directions now, coming to and from the water. I turned back uphill, choosing another path, this time marking trees with my pocket knife as I went. The fog swallowed each mark seconds after I made it, droplets beating on the fresh cuts until they looked like bleeding bark. A faint light appeared ahead, orange, flickering. I thought for one breath it might be my campfire, somehow reflected. But it wasn't. The light moved, swaying rhythmically, like a lantern. It was coming from the middle of the creek. I stepped closer, straining to see through the fog. The glow floated just above the surface, steady despite the current. My rational brain ran through explanations. Gas pockets, reflections, some kind of debris. But the light stayed too deliberate, too fixed. Then I realized it wasn't on the water. It was under it. A dull orange radiance pulsed below the surface, illuminating the dark current from beneath like an ember breathing. It brightened for a moment, and I saw, faintly, shapes beneath the water. Elongated, human-sized, motionless. My throat closed. I stumbled backward, slipping in the mud. The water surged up the bank, nearly touching my boots, though the rain had stopped hours ago. The footprints appeared again between me and the flood. One then another, each one forming right before my eyes, pushing out small ridges of mud with every step. They approached until the last one stopped barely 2 feet away. The fog shifted, and for a moment I thought I saw someone standing there. A figure, shoulders hunched, water streaming down its arms. But the shape melted back into the mist, leaving only ripples and silence. Something brushed my ankle. Cold, slimy. I jerked back, falling onto my hands. The mud squelched around me, pulling at my palms like suction. I scrambled to my feet and ran uphill without looking back, lungs burning. By the time I reached a drier patch of ground, the fog was thinning. I collapsed under a leaning pine and tried to catch my breath. The flood below murmured steadily, quieter now, almost normal. I checked my watch. 3:42 a.m. I must have been moving in circles for hours. My flashlight flickered weakly before dying. The fire was long gone. I sat in the dark, hugging my knees, forcing my breathing to slow. Eventually, fatigue overtook panic. I must have drifted in and out of half sleep, because when I opened my eyes again, dawn was bleeding through the trees. The fog was breaking apart, and the world was color again. Muted greens, browns, the faint gold of sunrise cutting through damp branches. I climbed down toward the creek cautiously, testing the ground. The flood had begun to recede. The bridge was visible again, battered but intact. The water was lower, sluggish. At first, everything looked ordinary, until I saw the prints. They covered both banks now, dozens of them, overlapping, circling the area where my camp had been. None went back to the water. Each one pointed uphill, toward where I'd fled, and near the fire ring, pressed deep into the wet ground, was the outline of something larger. Kneeling, maybe. Waiting. I turned slowly, scanning the slope behind me. My own tracks were faint, half washed away. But there was another set beside them. Fresh. Same stride length as before. I didn't pack up. I didn't take samples or finish the report. I just walked. North, away from the creek, through the thinning fog and morning light, until I reached the gravel road. My truck was still there, half buried in mud, but drivable. The bridge at Stillwater Hollow is officially listed as condemned now. My report notes structural failure due to flood damage. Nothing else. But I've gone over the photos I took that night, ones I don't remember snapping. In one frame, the bridge is completely submerged. The next, taken seconds later, shows it empty under pale firelight. And in the third, faint and blurred, there's a single footprint forming in the mud. Only the one. I drove until I saw a cell signal flicker back onto my phone. Then I pulled over and sat there, shaking, mud drying in streaks across my hands. My windshield was a film of pollen and grit. The fog had burned off behind me, but it still clung to the tree line in my rearview mirror, thick as smoke. When I finally made it back to Mountain View, the morning sun felt unreal. It was the kind of small town quiet that normally settles me. Hardware stores opening, people sweeping porches, but I couldn't stop looking at my boots. Mud still clung to the soles, and no matter how many times I scraped them on the curb, the prints they left looked the same. Deep. Too narrow at the toes. I filed my report that afternoon. Bridge 19A, unstable, severe undercutting, probable failure under next flood event. I left out the rest. That night, I took the SD card from my camera, copied the images onto my laptop, and tried to piece the timeline together. The sequence didn't make sense. The first set of photos were normal close. Ups of wood rot, erosion, the upstream bank. Then came the night shots. The firelight ones I didn't remember taking. In one, the camera seemed to be pointed toward the water. In another, toward the tree line. Each frame was stamped with the same time code, all within a span of maybe 30 seconds. And in the last photo, there was a faint distortion. A smear of light and shadow near the bridge's far end. At first glance, it looked like fog catching the flash. But when I brightened the image, the pattern sharpened. It wasn't random. It had edges. Two impressions stood out. The outline of something shaped like a hand, pressed against the underside of the railing, and a faint reflection in the water, an oblong shimmer where no light source should have been. I closed the laptop. For a long time I just sat there, listening to the air conditioner hum. The rational part of me kept looping through possibilities. Bad exposure, motion blur, lens moisture. Anything but the thing my instincts whispered. That someone, or something, had been standing under that water, reaching up toward the bridge. 2 days later, I drove back. It wasn't planned. I told myself I was verifying conditions after the storm, making sure the bridge hadn't fully collapsed. But the truth is, I couldn't stop thinking about those prints. I needed to see the place in daylight, to reassert the boundaries of it, to prove the world still worked the way I understood it. The road-in was worse than before. Fallen branches, soft shoulders, the smell of decay heavy in the heat. When I reached the hollow, the creek had receded to half its flood height. The bridge looked skeletal, boards warped, rails leaning. The same as I'd left it. But the air felt wrong, heavy again. The kind of stillness that belongs before a storm, though the sky was clear. I stepped out of the truck. The mud had dried in ridges, cracking under my boots. No footprints. No sign of the campfire or tarp, both swept clean by the water. Only a faint ring of ash in the soil, and a few blackened stones. I walked down to the bridge and crouched at the edge. The current was lazy, sunlight bouncing off its surface. Nothing moved beneath it. I took a breath that didn't quite fill my lungs. Then I saw it, half buried near the far bank. My field notebook. I crossed carefully, boards creaking under me. The notebook was wedged under a tangle of reeds, swollen and waterlogged. I picked it up, pages fused together. My handwriting bled into blue, gray stains, but the last line was still visible. Unexplained human tracks observed, origin unknown. The rest of the page was blank, except for one faint line at the bottom, written in smaller, thinner letters. Letters that weren't mine. Do not follow the sound. I turned slowly, scanning the trees. The wind had died completely. I couldn't hear the water anymore. Just the distant whine of insects and the beat of my own pulse. Then something cracked deep in the woods. A branch breaking. I waited. Nothing else moved. After a moment, I told myself it was just a deer or a falling limb. I slipped the notebook into my pack and turned back toward the truck. But before I stepped off the bridge, I noticed something carved into the railing. Fresh gouges in the wood, deep enough to expose raw splinters. It looked like a single word, jagged and unfinished. S-T-A-Y. The gouges were wet, the edges darker than the surrounding wood. I hadn't seen them 2 minutes earlier. That's when the smell hit. Metallic again, sharper this time. I leaned over the railing. The creek was calm, reflecting sunlight like a sheet of glass. But as I watched, a shadow passed underneath, cutting against the flow. Slow. Deliberate. It wasn't a fish. Too long, too even. I stumbled back, tripping on the uneven planks. My boot caught in a gap, wrenching my ankle. When I looked down, I realized I'd left a perfect imprint in the mud between the boards. And as I watched, another one formed beside it. Identical. That was enough. I tore my foot free and limped toward the truck, heart hammering so hard I could taste blood. The forest seemed to darken around me, the air folding in. When I started the engine, the radio came to life. White noise. Then the faint hum of static. I hadn't touched the dial. I reached to shut it off, but before I could, a single sound bled through the interference. Footsteps. Not real ones, recorded. Slow, deliberate, like someone walking through mud. They played for maybe 10 seconds, then stopped. I turned the radio off and drove, not caring about the ruts or the branches scraping the doors. I didn't look back. That night in my motel room, I laid the notebook open on the table to dry. I must have drifted off because I woke to the sound of dripping. The bathroom faucet was off, but water beaded along the spine of the notebook, dripping steadily onto the table. When I opened it, more ink had bled through. Letters I hadn't written. The words spread faintly across 2 pages, warped and irregular, but readable. You left too soon. We aren't done. The handwriting wasn't mine. The loops were tighter, unfamiliar. I slammed the cover shut, heart pounding. When I reopened it seconds later, the pages were blank again. Just damp paper and the faint smell of iron. That was 3 months ago. I've had the photos analyzed by a colleague at the department, a friend who specializes in optical forensics. I didn't tell her where they came from. She ran them through a contrast filter and said something odd, that the distortion in the water wasn't just reflection. It had depth, like light passing through uneven glass, not fog. She joked that it almost looked like a face under the surface. I didn't laugh. I haven't been back to Stillwater Hollow since. The county closed off that section of road entirely, citing unstable ground and ongoing erosion. But I still get emails forwarded from other field staff, reports of unusual readings in that same area. Water levels fluctuating for no reason, equipment shorting out. A month ago, a new volunteer team went in to set up flood gauges. They never reported anything strange, except one detail when they arrived. They found fresh human footprints near the old bridge site. Large, distinct, leading from the waterline toward the tree line. No prints returning. They sent photos. I zoomed in until the pixels broke apart. The prints weren't mine, but the shape was the same. A narrow foot, long toes, uneven depth. Every so often, I still dream about that night. The sound of water breathing. The feel of mud pulling at my ankles. Sometimes in the dream, I'm standing by the fire again, watching the prints form in front of me. Other times I'm the one walking, leaving them behind, feeling the mud close over my feet as I move to a light under the water. Last week, I received an envelope with no return address. Inside was a single Polaroid. At first glance, it looked like a random photo of flood debris. A shot of the creek taken from the far bank. But when I tilted it under light, I saw the faint outline of my campfire reflected on the surface. And in that reflection, half formed, was a shape crouched beside the flames. A shape with my posture, my outline, and its feet pressed perfectly into the mud, leaving no return path behind. I burned the photo, watched the edges curl and blacken. But sometimes when I close my eyes, I can still see the hollow glow behind them. The orange shimmer under the water, pulsing like it's waiting for me to come back. My name is Tyson Lamb. I am a 33-year-old climber and alpine guide based in Canmore, Alberta. Most of my time is spent in the Canadian Rockies, routes along Yamnuska, the Bow Valley, and further north in Jasper. I've been climbing for nearly 15 years, and I've learned that the mountains, while majestic, are indifferent. They don't care about your experience, your equipment, or your pride. They simply wait for a lapse. On June 19th of last year, I planned a solo conditioning climb along the Split Ridge Traverse, a serrated formation above the Kananaskis backcountry. It wasn't an official trail, mostly a faint scramble route that only locals or experienced climbers would even know about. The ridge got its name from a narrow fault line that cut clean through it, forming a deep rift between two summits. You could see it from the trans. Canada, if you knew where to look, a perfect seam running down the center of the range. I'd chosen that day for its clear forecast. No storms, low wind, and long daylight. My pack was light but efficient: helmet, rope, harness, belay device, first aid kit, GPS, and a personal locator beacon. The beacon was a routine safety precaution. Most climbers carried one. It transmits an emergency signal via satellite if you press the SOS button. I'd tested mine before. It worked fine. The first few hours were calm and methodical. I hiked through pine, shadowed foothills, and crossed a small creek that threaded its way from snowmelt higher up. The air smelled of wet stone and spruce. Around 10:40 a.m., I reached the base of Split Ridge's western slope. The climb wasn't technically difficult, more exposure than complexity. But I kept to a steady pace, placing my boots carefully on shale. At 12:17 p.m., about midway up, my radio crackled. I paused. I hadn't turned it on. It was clipped to my shoulder strap, powered down since morning. But the LED blinked red and green, meaning it had received a transmission on a distress frequency. I frowned, pulled it free, and switched it on. Static rushed through the speaker, then a faint digital tone pulsed through. Short bursts, steady intervals. That's what caught my attention. It wasn't voice comms. It was a beacon ping. Distress beacons transmit in precise, encoded bursts, each lasting about half a second. My handheld radio wasn't even supposed to receive those signals directly. I'd only heard one once before, during a rescue exercise. But there it was, 3 clean pings, repeating every 10 seconds. I adjusted the frequency dial, trying to isolate it. The signal was strong, then weaker, then strong again depending on where I turned. I scanned my GPS next. To my surprise, coordinates appeared in the lower corner of the display. Auto, log from the signal. That shouldn't have happened either. Personal locator beacons don't broadcast open coordinates to consumer GPS units, they transmit to satellites. The numbers read 50.8634 WZN, 115.273 That was maybe 1 kilometer east of my position, right at the top of Split Ridge's central gap. I hesitated. It could have been an error, some echo off the rock face, but protocol and curiosity both pushed me forward. I adjusted course toward the coordinates. The slope steepened. Loose scree clattered under my boots. I could feel the altitude in my lungs, the air growing thinner and sharper. By 1:40 p.m., clouds began forming, thin cirrus trails spreading into a hazy veil that dimmed the sun. I followed a narrow goat path along a precipice. The beacon signal grew stronger. Each burst came with a metallic click through my radio, like a heartbeat amplified by static. When I reached the ridge crest, I stopped to rest. The landscape spread below in all directions, jagged, endless folds of gray and green, broken only by patches of lingering snow. I checked the GPS again. The signal origin was less than 50 meters east. That's when I noticed a second tone, softer, overlapping the first. It was faint, irregular, as if another beacon was responding from a slightly different frequency. 2 beacons in one area would be unusual, especially here. I felt the prickle of unease that comes when something rational slips just slightly out of place. I unclipped my rope, coiled it over my shoulder, and moved along the knife, edge ridge toward the coordinates. The wind had risen to a low moan, carrying the scent of ozone. Every few steps, loose rock shifted beneath me. Then the path opened into a small plateau, flat and wind-scarred, surrounded by cracked limestone. In the center lay a shallow mound of disturbed earth. At first I thought it might be a cairn, a pile of stones marking a summit, but the dirt looked freshly turned. Kneeling, I brushed aside gravel. Something red caught the light beneath the dust. A strap. I tugged gently, and a corner of fabric came free. It was a pack. My pack? Same color, same model, Osprey Mutant 38. The side pocket bore a tear I recognized from a previous trip. My initials, TL, were scrawled on the tag in faded marker. But my pack was on my back. I looked down, touched it. It was there, zipped and loaded. I turned back to the buried one. It was identical. A cold current rolled through my chest. My first instinct was to laugh it off. Some coincidence. Maybe another climber with similar gear. But the detail was too exact. Even the carabiner set clipped to the side strap matched my setup. I dug deeper until the full pack came free. It was half filled with ice, crusted soil as if it had been buried for days. I unzipped it. Inside were my gloves, my energy gel packets, even the small notebook I kept for rote notes. Its pages damp and wrinkled, smeared with mud. The writing was mine. Then my GPS began to beep. I looked down. The screen flickered once, then displayed a new coordinate. Only this time, it wasn't a distant point. It was the exact location where I stood. Beneath that, the words, SGNL Russia Video, pulsed faintly in gray text. For the first time that day, I noticed how quiet it was. No birds, no wind. Just the hiss of static from my radio. Then, 3 more beacon pulses. Close. Too close. I turned slowly toward the sound. Behind me, maybe 10 meters away, something red blinked from a crack in the rock. A small light, steady, mechanical, flashed through dust and shadow. I moved toward it, boots scraping. The object was wedged deep into a crevice, half buried in scree. I reached in, fingers brushing cold metal, and pulled it free. It was a personal locator beacon. My brand. Same model. I flipped it over, brushed off the dirt. The serial plate was scratched but legible. My serial number. My actual beacon was clipped to my harness. I unclipped it, held them side by side. Identical. Even the scuff near the antenna joint was in the same place. That was when the second one blinked red. Active transmission. Mine didn't. A pulse of static cracked through the radio, sharper now, followed by a distorted burst of sound, something halfway between a digital tone and a breath caught on the line. Then a faint voice, warped by interference. Tai Sun. The syllables broke apart like a weak signal through storm air. My stomach clenched. I lifted the radio. Who is this? Identify yourself. No response. Only the same rhythmic pings. I set the radio down, breathing shallow. The ridge felt smaller now, as though the horizon had folded inward. I checked my compass. Its needle rotated slowly, full circle, then stalled, pointing due west, even though the sun hung to my left. I don't know why I stayed. Curiosity, maybe, or disbelief. I needed some rational footing again. I stuffed the second beacon into my jacket pocket and slung the duplicate pack over my shoulder. It was heavier than it should have been. Waterlogged, dense. I began descending toward the west slope, hoping to get off the ridge before the light faded. But as I crossed the narrow saddle, I heard the sound again. A single electronic ping, then another following me. By 3:30 p.m., clouds had thickened, the air gone metallic with static charge. I stopped for a moment to check my bearings. My GPS still showed the same coordinates, locked, refusing to update. I tapped the screen. It glitched, lines flickering across the map, then froze entirely. When it cleared, a single waypoint remained, labeled automatically by the device.
Atiwasan Lanam.
Asitavi. The timestamp read Yo 6/10/19/1422, 1 hour earlier. Something in me tightened, a primitive panic, quick and unreasoning. I wanted off that mountain. I wanted ground that didn't echo my own name. But when I turned to backtrack toward the western face, fog was rising through the rift, slow and white like breath over glass. It rolled up the slope, filling every crevice, swallowing the path I'd just climbed. Within minutes, I could see no more than 10 feet in any direction. I switched on my headlamp and crouched low, moving by memory and the feel of rock beneath my gloves. The radio still hissed faintly in the background, a thread of sound I clung to for orientation. Then another voice, clearer this time, broke through the static, so close it felt whispered directly into the speaker. Signal confirmed. That was all. 2 words, monotone. Mechanical. Then silence. I froze, lamp beam trembling on the fog. My heart drummed in my throat. For a long moment, I didn't move. The ridge was utterly still, until I heard the soft crunch of footsteps behind me. Slow, deliberate, matching mine. The sound was unmistakable. Boots on shale, measure unhurried. I turned my headlamp toward it, beam cutting through the fog like a thin blade. Nothing moved. The ridge behind me lay empty, a flat wash of white air and shifting shadow. "Hello," I called, louder than I meant to. My own voice bounced back, thin and distant. Silence. Then one more step, closer. I swung my light in a full arc. No shape. No movement. The fog swallowed everything. I could feel the vibration in the ground more than I could hear it. each footfall, landing almost in sync with my pulse. I wanted to believe it was rockfall, a trick of sound. But there was rhythm in it. Human rhythm. I started moving again, keeping low. The ridge narrowed to a tight ledge, where I had to press one hand against the rock wall to steady myself. Every few seconds I glanced over my shoulder. Just the white murk pulsing faintly in the glow of my headlamp. I needed to get off the summit and into the tree line before I lost light completely. I'd marked a descent gully earlier that morning. Southwest face, gradual slope, good handholds. My GPS still refused to update, but I remembered the terrain. The ridge dropped steeply ahead. I half scrambled, half slid down, feeling the fog thicken into droplets that beaded on my gloves. I could barely see the ground beneath my boots. My rope snagged on something. Sharp rock edge, maybe, and I stopped to free it. That's when the static started again. The radio, still clipped to my shoulder, emitted a steady hiss. Then a low digital tone pulsed 3 times. I didn't touch it. My other beacon, the duplicate, blinked inside my pocket, red light glowing faintly through the fabric. I took it out. Its screen was black. No signal icons, but the light pulsed at a slow, irregular rhythm. My real beacon stayed dark. Signal confirmed. The same mechanical voice said again through the radio. Tracking active. I froze. Who is this? I demanded. Identify the station. No answer. Just another burst of static, then the faint sound of wind. Except it wasn't wind. It was breathing. I yanked the radio off and clipped it to my pack. I didn't want to hear another word from it. The slope below flattened into a shale bench. Visibility improved slightly as the fog thinned into strips. Ahead, a faint outline appeared. A stand of stunted fir trees marking the upper edge of the forest. Relief hit me in a rush. I could find shelter there. Get my bearings, maybe set camp until morning. But as I stepped forward, my boots struck something solid under the gravel. I knelt down. Metal. Brushing aside the scree revealed a helmet. Dented, dusted with frost, but unmistakably mine. Same make, same scratches on the brim. The logo half peeled exactly like the one I wore. I lifted it with both hands. My name, black marker on the inside rim. I took off my current helmet. It was identical down to the faint burn mark, near the vent hole, where I'd once dropped it near a campfire. There was no explanation that didn't make my head swim. The fog eddied again, curling like smoke around the trees below. I stuffed the helmet back into the dirt and pushed forward, half running, breath burning in my chest. The tree line met me in silence. The first row of trunks rose straight and black, their bark slick with mist. I switched off my headlamp to preserve battery and followed the dim outline of the trail down into the timber. The air was thick and metallic, tasting faintly of iron. My boots crunched through patches of old snow hidden under needles. By the time I reached a small clearing, night had settled. I set down the duplicate pack and checked my watch. 8:42 p.m. I hadn't realized how long I'd been moving. The temperature had dropped fast. I set up a quick bevy, laid out my emergency blanket, pulled my jacket tight, and tried to steady my breathing. It was then I noticed the quiet. Not normal mountain quiet. This was total, absolute absence of sound. No branches shifting, no wind. Even my breath felt muffled, as though the air itself resisted vibration. I turned the radio back on, more for company than utility. Static. Then the voice again, quieter, as if far away, as signal proximity confirmed. I dropped it onto the ground. Stop. Whoever you are, Stop transmitting. A pause. Then, faintly, Tyson Lamb. The words crawled out of the static like something alive. My stomach nodded. Who is this? How do you know my name? Nothing. Just breathing again. Wet, slow, deliberate. I backed away until my shoulder hit a tree. The radio's LED flickered, then cut out completely. My headlamp beam flicked once, then stabilized. I told myself it was battery drain. Everything has a physical reason. It has to. I stayed awake until past midnight, listening. The fog never lifted. Every so often, I caught faint crunches in the snowline beyond the clearing. Always 2 steps, then silence. I didn't sleep. When dawn came, the light felt unreal, flat and colorless. My GPS, now reactivated, displayed new coordinates 50.8634.xn. 115.17U7W, the same as yesterday's beacon signal. The waypoint label remained. TYSO Lamb, a seat IV. I checked my phone, hoping for satellite link. But the screen glitched and showed the same coordinates before freezing. It was as if every device I carried had been overwritten by that one point. I packed quickly. I wanted off the mountain. Every logical reason to stay, gear retrieval, route documentation, curiosity, felt hollow now. I followed the valley trail down toward where the creek crossed the access road. That route should have taken me 4 hours. It took 2 before I realized the trees weren't changing. I'd been walking downhill the entire time, but the same bent fir, the same broken trunk with the red lichen, kept appearing every 15 minutes. I marked one with chalk on the bark. 30 minutes later, I passed it again. That was when I lost composure. I yelled into the fog, screamed my own name just to hear sound push back. My echo came late, too late, like someone repeating me from a distance. I turned to head upslope, away from the creek, thinking maybe I'd misread the terrain. The incline steepened until I had to brace with my hands. When I finally broke out of the trees, sunlight hit me full in the face, and I was standing on the same plateau where I'd found the buried pack. I stared dizzy. The mound of disturbed earth was still there, though slightly caved in. My footprints from yesterday were half frozen in the frost. I must have circled without knowing it. But how? I'd been descending consistently. The radio, silent for hours, buzzed again. A single tone. Then, beacon signal expired. Final location logged. I lifted it, hands shaking. What location? The screen lit up. The coordinates matched mine exactly. Beneath that, a timestamp 06-20-0AC43. Current time. Then the voice, my voice. I confirmed receipt. It was me. The recording was distorted, but it was me. The phrasing, the cadence. Words I never remembered saying. I dropped the radio as if it burned. It clattered against rock and rolled toward the mound. The sound echoed unnaturally long before fading. The fog below the ridge began to rise again, fast this time, churning like surf. Something moved within it, tall, angular, indistinct. I caught only a flash before it vanished, but it was upright, human-sized. That broke me. I grabbed both packs, mine and the duplicate, and began descending the opposite side of the ridge, the one I hadn't climbed. The slope there was rough, full of scree and broken stone, but I didn't care. I half ran, half fell, sliding on my heels until my knees ached. By late morning, the air cleared enough for me to spot a line of old avalanche debris and, beyond that, the glint of water, the creek. Relief surged through me. I stumbled toward it, wading in ankle-deep meltwater, just to feel something solid beneath me again. Then the radio pulsed one final time. Tyson Lamb, signal restored. I didn't look back. I followed the water downstream until it led me to the logging road. My truck waited there, dusted in pollen, untouched. When I opened the tailgate to load my gear, I stopped. Because inside, lying neatly in the bed of the truck, was the same Osprey pack. Mud-stained, waterlogged, zipper broken. Exactly as I dug it from the ridge. And the other pack, the one I'd been carrying all day, was gone. I stood there for a long time, staring at the pack in the truck bed. My brain refused to process it. The fabric was torn along the same seam, the logo half peeled. I reached out and touched it. Cold, damp, real. I looked down at my boots, caked in fresh mud from the creek. The smell of wet earth rose from the truck bed. Unmistakable, the same mineral scent from the ridge. I forced myself to unzip the pack. Inside were my gloves, my half-empty gel packet, and the same small notebook, the paper wrinkled from moisture. I flipped it open, scanning the smeared pencil lines. The last entry read, "Descending now. Signal repeating. Don't follow." I had no memory of writing that. My hands trembled. I slammed the tailgate shut, climbed into the cab, and started the engine. The radio display glowed dimly, but before I could drive, the distress tone pulsed again through my handheld. 3 quick pings, steady as before. I grabbed it, thumbed the power off. The sound didn't stop. It was coming from my truck's dashboard. The signal repeated through the speakers, faint but distinct. Then the voice followed, quieter this time, almost calm. Signal confirmed. Transmission complete. I jammed the gear into drive and tore down the dirt road. Gravel spitting from the tires. The trees blurred by in streaks of green and gray. My mind felt detached, running on instinct. I told myself I'd hit the highway, find service, call someone, anyone. But 10 minutes later, my GPS blinked alive again. Coordinates appeared on the center screen, glowing faintly. 50.8634 degrees N, 115.07 degrees Cebu, the same ridge. I hit the screen, but it refused to change. I unplugged the unit. It stayed on, powered by nothing. I drove until the forest thinned into open meadow. The fog had cleared completely now, sunlight cutting through in pale bands. I pulled over, got out, and stood beside the truck, breathing hard. The silence felt heavier than ever. No birds, no wind. I told myself I needed proof that this was real. If I could just look at the beacon, maybe there was a mechanical explanation. A duplication error. Some manufacturing flaw that transmitted ghost coordinates. Something grounded. I climbed into the truck bed and unzipped the pack again. The beacon sat inside, coated in a thin layer of dried mud. I brushed it off, pressed the power button. The light blinked twice, red, then green. A clear sign of function. Then the screen lit up, displaying a single word in all caps, a CTIV. Below it a timestamp, 06:20:09 and 12, same morning. And under that, a message that scrolled across the screen. Original D plane tited. Original UN last T. My chest tightened. I looked down at my harness where my original unit should be clipped. It was gone. The carabiner that had held it swung empty. I hadn't unclipped it. A faint hum filled the air, like feedback through a microphone. It built gradually, until I could feel it vibrating in my teeth. The truck radio clicked on by itself, static first, then my own voice. Tyson Lamb, beacon recovered. Signal confirmed. The recording was muffled but exact. I could even hear my breathing in between words. Then a new voice overlapped mine. Deeper, flattened, as though speaking through me. Return to coordinates. I turned the radio off. The hum stayed. I took a step back, eyes scanning the empty road, the line of mountains beyond. Everything looked normal, untouched. Yet the longer I stood there, the more I felt watched. Not from the forest, but from within the air itself. Something wasn't done with me. I got back into the truck, gripping the wheel tight. The GPS map was still frozen on Split Ridge. I considered smashing it, but instead, I unplugged it again and drove east toward Canmore. The hum faded as I descended the valley. By the time the first road signs appeared, I almost convinced myself it had been altitude sickness, exhaustion, maybe carbon monoxide from a leaky burner. Something human. By the time I reached cell coverage, I pulled over and called Parks Dispatch. I told them I'd intercepted a false distress beacon on Split Ridge, that I'd found unregistered equipment, possibly belonging to an older rescue operation. I left out the impossible parts. The dispatcher took my coordinates and promised to log a team check. I hung up, then stared at my own reflection in the rearview mirror. My face looked pale, hollow, older somehow. I drove home in silence. That night, I laid all my equipment on the table. Helmet, rope, harness, GPS, the duplicate pack, and the beacon. I photographed each item for record, then checked the serial numbers. Everything matched what was in my purchase records, down to the manufacturing batch. There were no duplicates listed anywhere. At midnight, I tried sleeping. I failed. The house creaked like slow breathing. I could hear faint static under the sound of the wind outside, like a voice testing the edge of signal. I finally dozed off near dawn, but woke to the radio on my nightstand flashing green. I hadn't brought it upstairs. The light pulsed 3 times, then steadied. The voice came again, calm, factual. Tracking complete. Transmission terminated. Then, faintly, under the static, my own voice whispering something I couldn't make out. I unplugged everything, shoved the radio and beacon into a metal toolbox, and drove them to the Banff field station the next morning. I told the ranger at the desk that they were malfunctioning and needed to be destroyed. She gave me a puzzled look but agreed to send them for inspection. That should have been the end. But a week later, on June 27th, I got a call from Parks Rescue. A tech from their communications lab wanted clarification. He asked when I'd last used my beacon. I told him I'd turned it in with the defective one. He paused. Tyson, we ran the serial. Your beacon's been active since yesterday morning. I froze. Active where? Same coordinates you reported. Split Ridge. We even picked up your name embedded in the transmission metadata. Did you authorize that? I didn't respond. The tech continued. We sent a team up there today. No signal when they arrived, but they found something. You should probably come in to verify. I drove to the field office in near silence. My hands shook the entire way. The technician met me in the hallway. He led me to a small evidence room where a single pack sat on the table, mud-stained, torn. My pack. I told him I already turned one in. He shook his head. You turned in a different unit, same make. But this one, it was buried near the ridge gap. The beacon inside was still transmitting for a few hours. Then it stopped. He hesitated. There was something else. A notebook. He handed it to me. The cover was warped from moisture, but I recognized it instantly. My handwriting filled every page, identical loops and spacing. The last entry was new. Yo 627 to 05941, transmission ended. Original recovered. Split confirmed. The air went thin. Did anyone else touch this? I asked. He shook his head. No. We just logged it this morning. I set the notebook down. My reflection in the glass display case behind it looked off somehow. slightly delayed. A fraction out of sync when I moved. I blinked hard, it matched again. That night, I couldn't stay home. I drove to a friend's cabin near Bow Valley, trying to put distance between me and whatever had taken hold of that ridge. But as soon as I shut the truck door, I noticed something on the passenger seat, a GPS unit that wasn't mine. It was caked in dust, screen cracked, faintly glowing. I picked it up. One waypoint displayed 50.8634 Yellers and 115.527 W. I dropped it instantly. The light didn't fade. It just pulsed, once, twice, 3 times, then shut off completely. It's been 3 months now. I haven't climbed since. Some nights, when the wind changes direction and the temperature drops, I still hear the faint digital pulse somewhere in the house. 3 pings, 10 seconds apart. I moved the metal toolbox into the shed. The Rangers confirmed both beacons were officially decommissioned. Yet last night, I found fresh mud prints leading from the shed to my back door. Only one set. The same boots I wear in the mountains. My name is Elias Kerr. I am 36 years old, a bush pilot based out of Fairbanks, Alaska. Most of my work involves short hauls for wildlife researchers, supply drops for remote lodges, and occasionally, rescue coordination when weather permits. I have flown in whiteouts, over frozen rivers, through smoke from wildfires, and over hundreds of miles of land so empty, it feels like the edge of the earth. Nothing in those years prepared me for what happened in February of 2021, when my plane went down near the southern rim of the Alaska Range. That morning, the airfield thermometer read -20. It was the kind of cold that makes the fuel lines brittle, and your breath frost on your eyelashes. My destination was a small research outpost on the Kuskokwim River, about a 90-minute flight. The sky was clear when I left, sunlight bleeding over a horizon that looked painted in silver. I remember checking my instruments twice before takeoff. Everything was within range, pressure steady, fuel good, radio contact fine. An hour into the flight, I hit turbulence, not violent, but rolling, persistent. My compass wavered a few degrees. It wasn't unusual. The magnetic fields around the range can be unpredictable. I recalibrated, adjusted course. The mountains rose beneath me, sharp and white, with valleys so deep they swallowed the light. Then came the sound. A hollow pop, followed by the faint whine that every pilot dreads. Oil pressure dropping. My stomach turned to ice. I throttled down, trying to keep the engine alive, but the RPM gauge fell like a dying heartbeat. I sent a mayday over the frequency, but static chewed through the words. No response. Just the hiss of the wind through metal, and the thin panic in my own breathing. When the propeller stopped spinning, there was nothing left but glide and gravity. I leveled the wings, scanning for any flat stretch. Snowfields blurred past beneath me. The forested slopes were too dense, the ice too uncertain. I aimed for a frozen lake that looked wide enough to take the hit. The landing was less of a landing than a controlled crash. Skis slamming into ice, fuselage screaming. The windshield shattered. My shoulder took the brunt of the impact against the yoke. I remember the sound of tearing metal, and then nothing for a few seconds, maybe a minute. When I came to, the silence was so complete, I thought I'd gone deaf. The plane was half, buried in snow, nose down. My right arm was bleeding, but not broken. I could move my legs. My emergency kit was intact behind the seat. I crawled out into the open, boots crunching on the frozen surface of the lake. The cold hit like a wall. It was 3:17 p.m. according to my watch. Sunset would come by 5. I took stock: 1 flare, 1 signal mirror, a fire starting kit, a small tent, and about 2 days' worth of rations. I set up camp a few yards from the wreck, on higher ground near the tree line. The forest was mostly spruce and birch, trunks black and glinting with frost. The sky was cloudless, the air so still it almost hummed. By evening, I built a small fire and used birch bark to send smoke into the air. It was pale gray, barely visible against the darkening sky. I hoped someone had picked up my distress call, that maybe another pilot would spot the reflection of the fuselage in daylight. I kept the fire alive long after the sun disappeared. When the temperature dropped past -30, I crawled into the tent and wrapped myself in the survival blanket. The night was endless. I couldn't sleep. The sound of the forest, branches cracking under frost, ice settling, kept me half awake. Around 2 a.m., a thin wind rose, whispering through the trees like a low breath. When dawn began bleeding across the mountains, I stepped out to restart the fire. My own smoke rose straight up, thin, gray, faintly blue where it caught the morning light. I turned toward the ridge, scanning the horizon for aircraft. That's when I saw it, another column of smoke. It was to the east, maybe half a mile away, rising through the trees. Blue, not gray, not white from snow melt or campfire ash, pure blue. It hung there, still and unnatural, twisting upward in a slow spiral. I stood staring for a long time. The color wasn't right. Natural smoke never looks like that, unless there's something chemical burning, maybe magnesium or flare residue. I thought maybe another crash, someone else down. I waved my arms, shouted, but my voice died in the cold air. I hiked back to the wreck and grabbed my radio. Static, no signal. I tried the mirror next, flashing it toward the direction of the smoke. The sun was weak, low behind clouds, but the mirror caught some light. When I tilted it 3 times, standard distress signal, the smoke across the ridge pulsed. It didn't dissipate, it thickened. 3 curls, like someone had answered me. For the first time since the crash, I felt something that wasn't fear or exhaustion. Connection. There was someone out there. Maybe another survivor. Maybe a rescue team that had landed elsewhere. I packed what I could carry: flare gun, first aid kit, knife, compass, water bottle. I left the tent and some rations behind, marking the area with red cloth from my jacket sleeve. The air was clear enough that sound carried far. I called out once every 50 steps. The snow was knee deep near the trees, and the slope steeper than it had looked from camp. I could see the smoke still. Same spot, still blue. Every time I stopped to rest, it wavered and rose higher, like whoever made it was feeding the fire, just as I was moving toward them. By mid-morning, I reached the edge of a small gully. A frozen creek wound through it, rimmed with driftwood and ice as smooth as glass. The smoke seemed just beyond it. I climbed down carefully, boots crunching on frost. When I crossed to the other side, the air grew heavier. There was a faint smell, sharp and metallic, like burnt wiring. I followed it up the incline, heart hammering. The clearing opened without warning. A circular patch of flattened snow, maybe 10 feet across. At the center was a ring of charred branches, still smoldering. Blue, gray smoke drifted up in lazy threads. But there was no one there. No footprints, no equipment, no remains. The fire was real. I could feel its heat. I crouched beside it, scanning the ground. There were faint impressions in the snow, but they were wrong. Not human steps. Smooth oval depressions, each about the size of my palm. No drag marks, no heel. My chest tightened. I reached for my radio again. Switched frequencies, tried to call anyone. Nothing but static. When I looked up from the dial, I froze. Across the gully, back where I'd come from, another plume of smoke was rising. This one from the direction of my camp. It was blue. I stared, my brain refusing to make sense of it. I hadn't left any fire burning. I doused it before leaving. But the column rose in the exact same rhythm as this one. Slow spirals, the same color, almost like reflection. I stumbled back toward the gully, yelling across the open air. "Hey, who's there?" No response. The echo came back flat, swallowed by snow. I slid halfway down the bank before catching myself. The smoke from both fires now rose in unison, curling together against the sky like mirrored signals. For a heartbeat, I thought, crazy thought, that maybe the heat shimmer was reflecting one fire into two, some optical trick of cold air. But the smell, the distance, the timing, it all felt too deliberate. By the time I got back to camp, the sun had already started to dip. My footprints were still there, the tent untouched. But beside the wreck, where my old fire pit had been, the ashes were disturbed, freshly stirred like someone had raked through them. I touched the coals, warm. Then I saw it, half buried in snow beside the plane. Someone, or something, had drawn a crude spiral with the end of a stick. It matched the shape the smoke had made in the air. I didn't even notice I was backing away until I hit the fuselage behind me. I spent the rest of that night inside the tent, knife in hand, listening. The wind came and went in shallow breaths. Twice I thought I heard movement outside, soft like footsteps in powdered snow. But when I looked out, nothing moved. When dawn came again, the cold light fell across the same ridge as before. And there it was, blue smoke, exactly where I had built my second fire. It was copying me. I don't know how long I stood there, staring. My throat was too dry to call out. My watch read 7:42 a.m. I remember the absurd thought that maybe this was some bizarre atmospheric echo. Like how sound bounces between mountains, only this time with heat and color. But then I noticed something else. The smoke didn't just rise. It pulsed. 3 curls. A pause. 3 more. The same pattern I'd flashed with the mirror the previous morning. Someone, or something, was signaling back, and it was using my own pattern. When I realized the blue smoke was answering me, I felt something split inside, half relief, half dread. My instinct told me I wasn't alone out there, but that wasn't the comfort it should have been. The mimicry was too precise. It wasn't random fire or reflection. It was communication, deliberate and patient. I broke camp before noon, packing fast. The sky had turned flat white, clouds thickening from the south. Another storm coming. I decided to hike closer to the ridge, where the blue smoke rose again that morning. If someone was trying to reach me, I needed to make contact before the weather sealed us both in. The terrain was worse than it looked from below. The snow crusted into brittle layers, breaking with each step. Spruce roots curled under the surface like veins. I moved slow, testing each patch of ground before shifting my weight. Every few minutes I stopped, scanning the horizon. The smoke never drifted. It just kept climbing, smooth and even. After about an hour, I found a game trail following a frozen creek bed. The animal tracks, maybe caribou or moose, cut north, but one line of impressions veered off toward the same direction as the smoke. They weren't quite hoof prints, more like shallow ovals again, pressed without edges. I crouched and touched one. The snow was refrozen hard, but there was moisture underneath, like it had melted slightly before freezing over. I followed them anyway. By mid-afternoon, the wind picked up. It carried a low whistle, rising and falling. The trees moaned in unison. A few times I thought I heard a voice under the wind. Words stretched and hollow, impossible to place. When I stopped, so did it. I crested a small rise and froze. The smoke was gone. 1 minute it had been there, solid as a pillar. The next it was gone, as if snuffed out. I scanned every tree line, the entire valley. Nothing but pale mist and silence. Then I smelled it again. Burnt metal. It came from behind me. I turned and saw another column, rising from where I'd left the wreck. The exact shade of blue, curling into the same slow spirals. The thought hit like a blow, it's following me. I don't know what part of me broke then. The rational one or the part that still believed help was coming. But I ran. I dropped my pack halfway up the next slope. My breath ragged in the frozen air. The world narrowed to sound-eye crunch of boots, pounding heartbeat, wind cutting through fabric. When I finally stopped chest-heaving, I was on a flat shelf of rock overlooking a wide basin. Snow stretched out below like a frozen sea. No trees, no trails, just open white. The smoke back near camp had vanished again. The air tasted of ozone. I built another fire on the rock outcrop, more out of instinct than logic. Birch bark caught quick. The flame flared yellow, then steadied. I fed it until the smoke rose thick and dark. Then, without warning, it shifted to blue. I hadn't added anything chemical. Nothing in my pack could have done that. But the smoke curled upward in smooth ribbons of color. Same unnatural hue as before. It wasn't reflection, it was replication. I stumbled back, nearly slipping on the ice. The flame hissed louder, brighter, until I doused it with snow. The color faded. My hands shook. The sun was already sinking by then, a red smear over the peaks. The temperature dropped fast, faster than I'd ever felt. I needed shelter. I found a stand of trees along the ridge and dug a shallow pit beneath their branches, laying out the emergency blanket as a windbreak. I forced myself to eat a protein bar, even though my throat burned with cold. That night, I didn't light another fire. I just sat in the dark, watching the faint horizon glow and listening. Around 1 a.m., I heard movement again. Not the random pop of ice or the distant snap of trees. This was close, steady, careful. Crunch, pause, crunch. I gripped the knife in my hand, every muscle locked. The sound stopped just beyond the tree line, maybe 15 feet away. I held my breath. Then came a second sound, like the hiss of a match striking. A brief flare of light blinked through the branches. Blue. The smell followed. That same sharp metallic burn. I stayed still for what felt like hours, eyes fixed on the faint glow through the trees. It never moved, never grew or faded, just pulsed, slow and even, like breathing. When dawn came, the light was gone. But in the snow around my shelter, there were prints. The same oval impressions, circling me. No entry trail, no exit. That broke something in me. I packed again, faster this time, leaving half my supplies. I didn't care about rations. I just needed distance. I hiked north all morning, following the slope until it joined a narrow valley. The trees thinned, giving way to open tundra. My compass needle jittered. Every time I tried to fix my direction, it spun slightly east, then settled. Around noon I saw movement on the far ridge. At first I thought it was heat distortion, a shimmer above the snow. But it moved against the wind, a faint silhouette, tall, uneven, like smoke trying to walk. It drifted a few yards, then dissolved. The blue column rose again a few minutes later. This time, it was ahead of me. I don't remember making the decision to follow it. I just did. Maybe I believed that whatever it was, following meant getting closer to an explanation. Or maybe I was too far gone to care. The valley floor led me into a narrow gorge. The smoke loomed above, rising from somewhere within it. The light inside the gorge flickered faintly blue. I descended, sliding on ice, one hand against the wall for balance. At the bottom was another clearing, another fire pit. But this one was different. The ashes were cold. In the center sat a metal object, half buried in frost. It was a piece of fuselage. My fuselage. The same registration number etched on its side. I stepped closer. The cut edges were scorched, the metal warped from heat. Inside the curved panel, half melted, was the handle of a flare gun. Mine. I dropped to my knees. The realization hit slow and hard. I hadn't just found another crash site. I'd found mine twice. A gust of wind tore through the gorge, sending snow swirling. For a moment the world blurred, and in that white blur, I saw motion at the edge of the clearing. A figure, it stood perfectly still, shape faint, translucent around the edges like fog trying to hold form. There was no face, only an outline. Tall, narrow, shoulders slightly bent. When I took one step toward it, the air around me trembled. The blue smoke burst from the ground between us. It wasn't coming from wood or fire. It came from the snow itself, as if the ice exhaled. The column rose fast, curling into the same spiral pattern. I stumbled back, it blinded by the color. It burned without heat, a cold radiance that made my skin prickle. Then, faintly, beneath the hiss of the smoke, I heard my own voice. Not echo, repetition. 3 words stretched thin but unmistakable. Can you hear? I staggered backward, tripped over the frozen creek bed, and crawled until the sound faded. When I looked again, the clearing was empty. No figure. The metal piece still there, half buried, frost already reclaiming it. By dusk, I reached higher ground again. My compass was useless, my radio dead. The clouds broke briefly, revealing a sky so pale it looked hollow. Far below, through the gaps in the trees, the blue smoke moved again. But this time, it wasn't a single column. There were 2. One exactly where I had been the day before. The other rising from my current position, delayed by a few seconds, like a reflection catching up. I watched them for a long time. Every time I breathed, they seemed to pulse in rhythm. That night, I camped without shelter. The wind howled, snow falling in sheets. I stayed awake until my eyes burned, waiting for the movement to return. Around 4 a.m., I heard it again. The same deliberate steps, circling me in the dark. But now there was something else layered beneath the sound, faint static, like radio interference. It whispered through the air, then shaped itself into words. Stay where you are. My breath caught. It was my own voice. I pressed the radio to my ear. The battery light was dead, but the sound came through anyway. Stay where you are. Static. Then again, quieter. You'll only make it worse. The whisper faded, leaving only the storm's low roar. I sat there, shaking, the useless radio clutched in my hand. By the time the gray of dawn reached me, the wind had calmed. I stood, numb and stiff, and looked down the slope. The forest below was untouched except for one thing, a trail of prints. Those same smooth, oval impressions, leading away from where I sat. They went in a straight line toward the horizon. And at the end of that line, rising faint and steady, was the blue smoke again. I don't remember deciding to follow the prints. It was more like gravity than choice. The morning light was thin and hard, throwing every ridge into cruel relief. The air had that hollow quiet that comes after a storm, the kind that amplifies every crunch of snow beneath your boots. The trail led straight toward the horizon, smooth ovals in perfect intervals, never wavering or overlapping. The precision unnerved me. No living thing moves that evenly, not in snow this deep. I tried to tell myself it was ice, heaving under the surface or some strange thaw pattern. The lie didn't hold. By midday, I'd walked nearly 3 miles without seeing another sign of life. No birds, no scat, no wind through the branches. Only those prints and the faint column of blue smoke ahead, always the same distance no matter how far I went. When my water froze solid, I chewed snow to stay hydrated, the cold burning my teeth. My thoughts began looping in slow circles, a pattern I couldn't shake. Every time I looked down, the impressions looked shallower. I wasn't sinking as deep either. The snow beneath me was hardening, turning almost glassy. Around early afternoon, the prints led into a narrow valley between 2 granite walls. The rocks there glistened faintly, slick with ice. The smoke funneled up between them, pulsing once every few seconds, steady as a heartbeat. Halfway through the pass, I found something that stopped me cold. It was a boot print. My boot print. Right beside it, pressed into the ice, was a faint handprint. Gloveless, wide, fingers too long. Both prints faced the same direction. I knelt, touching the edge of the handprint. It was warmer than the air. Moisture gathered under my fingertips, the snow hissing as it melted. I stood fast, gripping the knife out of instinct. That's when the radio clicked. A burst of static, faint but deliberate. Then my voice again, warped and slow. Elias. The word stretched, looping like an echo underwater. Elias, stop. I ripped open the radio casing. Dead batteries, frozen wires. It shouldn't have worked at all. The voice kept talking, quieter now, like it was receding into distance. Don't come here. The valley wind cut the last syllable off. I was alone again. I kept moving. The passage opened into a wide hollow, ringed by steep cliffs. The smoke rose from the center, billowing out of a depression in the ice about 10 feet across. The color was deeper now, electric, tinting the snow around it faintly blue. As I stepped closer, the smoke thinned. Beneath it lay a hole, perfectly round, descending into black. Its edges were rimmed with frost that had turned to glass, reflecting the pale light. I tossed a chunk of ice into it. No sound came back. I knelt at the edge. Warm air rose from below, carrying that metallic smell again. Burnt wiring, mixed with something organic. My stomach twisted. Then I saw it. At the bottom of the pit, maybe 20 feet down, lay wreckage. Twisted metal, canvas, torn insulation. I recognized it instantly, my plane. The same markings, same tail number. But I'd left it miles behind. The fuselage was half, melted into the ice. From one side of it, faint blue vapor streamed upward, curling toward me like smoke from a hidden fire. I felt the heat of it on my face. The air behind me shifted. Not a gust, not wind movement. I turned fast. A figure stood across the hollow where the path ended. Tall, lean, edges flickering as if half made of light. It didn't move toward me, didn't run. It just stood, watching. The longer I looked, the clearer it became. Its outline matched mine. Even the slope of the shoulders, the angle of the head. Then it lifted its arm, slowly, like testing the air, and I realized it was holding something. A flare gun. I raised mine without thinking. The figure mirrored me exactly. I lowered my arm, So did it. I turned my head. It turned its head the same way, same timing. I wanted to call out, but my throat wouldn't move. Every instinct screamed reflection, mirage, oxygen loss, hallucination. I'd read about pilots trapped in snowfields, their brains bending light and shadow into company. But the reflection shouldn't breathe, and this thing was breathing. The chest rose and fell in slow rhythm. Then, through the hum of the air, I heard it. The same sound from the smoke, can you hear? Only this time, it wasn't echoing from the distance. It came from my left, barely a whisper in my own ear. I spun. Nothing there. When I looked back across the hollow, the figure had stepped closer. I could see its face now, or the absence of one. Not blank, not dark, just empty, like smoke shaped into a human head. The flare gun trembled in my hand. The trigger bit into my glove. The radio clicked again. My voice, quiet, ragged. Don't let it finish. Before I could think, I fired. The flare shot upward, trailing red. For a split second, the hollow blazed crimson. The figure vanished, smoke scattering like dust. The light bounced off the icy walls and reflected down into the pit, illuminating the wreckage below. I saw two things before the flare went out. One, my body, or what looked like it, slumped against the fuselage, half encased in ice, one hand clutching a broken radio. Two, the cockpit windows glowing faintly blue, as if something alive pulsed behind the glass. Then darkness again. The flare fell, sizzling, and vanished into the hole. The smoke surged back, thicker than ever. It poured upward, flooding the hollow, wrapping around my legs. I ran, blindly, slipping on ice, lungs burning. The blue haze followed, whispering in sync with my steps. Can you hear? Can you hear? Can you hear? I don't know how long I ran. Hours maybe. The light never changed. The forest returned, warped and gray. My watch had frozen. When I finally collapsed beside a frozen creek, my legs wouldn't respond. I woke to silence. The sky was lighter. Dawn, maybe. My tent stood nearby, though I didn't remember setting it up. The wreck was there too, half a mile away, exactly as it had been the first day. Smoke drifted from the fire pit. Gray this time. Not blue. I stumbled toward it, half expecting the spiral drawn in snow. But the ground was smooth, untouched except for one thing. Footprints leading away from the wreck. Deep ones. My own tread pattern, heading toward the ridge. I followed them for a few steps, then stopped. Up on the horizon, a thin column of blue smoke rose again. Not far, half a mile, maybe less. I froze. Every breath I took, the smoke pulsed faintly, matching my rhythm. When I raised my arm, it rippled. When I stepped forward, it expanded. Like a mirror learning how to breathe. Something inside me went quiet then. A strange calm, detached and heavy. The panic burned away, leaving only that flat certainty you get when you finally accept the pattern. I walked back to the plane. Inside, the radio light was blinking. Weak but steady, I lifted the receiver. "Mayday, this is Pilot Kerr," I said, voice cracking. "Crash site near the southern rim, Alaska range. I've been trying to signal for 2 days. Do you read?" Static filled the cabin. Then a faint reply came through, blurred by distortion. "Copy that, Kerr. We're tracking your signal. Hold position." Blue smoke confirmed. "We're mirroring your beacon." Mirroring. The word hit harder than it should have. I tried to respond, but the transmission cut. Only static. I stared through the cracked windshield. The smoke outside had deepened again. Richer, heavier, curling higher. When I stepped out, I realized something that froze the air in my lungs. There was no wind. Yet the smoke was moving, not upward this time, but toward me. It drifted low, brushing across the snow, gathering around my boots like fog with intent. When I backed up, it followed. My pulse hammered, but my limbs wouldn't obey. The radio still hissed behind me. Through the static came one last burst of sound. Elias, if you're hearing this, you're the signal now. The smoke reached my knees. The cold vanished. Everything went weightless. The world flattening into light and sound. My last clear thought was of the flare rising into red sky. The moment just before it fell, when everything was color and silence. Then the blue swallowed everything. They found the wreck 6 weeks later, after the thaw. The fuselage was intact, half sunk into the ice. No sign of a body, no footprints. The investigation logged the emergency transmissions as anomalous. Search teams confirmed the coordinates, yet no physical distress beacon was recovered. The only thing visible from the air was a faint spiral burned into the snow beside the wreckage, charcoal black, rimmed in frost. And when the search plane circled overhead to mark the site, the crew reported something strange. For 3 full minutes, a column of blue smoke rose from the ground, curling in smooth spirals. It matched their altitude changes exactly.